here. I'm alive. I don't know if I'm really feeling FTL soundtrack today, but it's all I got. I guess I can throw on whatever I want, because it's my birthday. I can do whatever I want, but I don't know. I'm gonna keep it on. I'm gonna just keep FTL on. It's pretty safe music to have on stream, because it's game music. Hi. Today is the day. Today is the day that I'm old. We're gonna put this speaker away. I'm done with the speaker for now. The speaker, hey, lines and squares. I should actually, hold on, I'm gonna clear you out. Or clear messages. It's like you were never here. Hold on, now I gotta prime it with a 1 and a 2. And now the text will appear on the screen. Hey, that's Twitch chat, by the way. YouTube chat has nothing going on, so I thought it'd be flooded, utterly inundated with YouTube views, but that's not true, because I haven't done anything for like categorization or anything like that. I have to learn how to do that. I don't know. YouTube's scary to me. It's where all the professionals are, and I'm just this chunky donkey on Twitch. Twitch is where I can relax. How's it going, Robotech? Already had all the puppies playing. We had all the corgis playing around in the backyard. So Willow is nice and tired. I don't think she's gonna come downstairs. She doesn't seem to like me shouting at the furniture anymore. I don't know. She just prefers quiet, and she gets quiet at the front door. So she'll be sleeping there, which is unfortunate because she's extremely cute and it's nice to have her on camera. I don't know which ones of these have screws in them already. Okay, that's the one that doesn't. There we go. Thank you for the happy birthday wishes. I'm coming to terms with the fact that I'm on the other side of the hill, I guess. When do I get to have a midlife crisis? I thought I'd have a budget by now. Alright, there's all the screws back in the skull, and while it was cool looking, I completely, utterly, flat out failed to make this speaker into a speaker. Feels great. It feels really good. It feels really good to have accomplished things. I'm like, I'm gonna show YouTube what I'm good at, and then I fail utterly. 60 years old. I'm 125 years old today. Yeah. Let me just put this back behind. Can you guys get out of the way? Can you please move? Okay. All right. Okay. I don't know. It depends on how optimistic your outlook is, I guess. Thank you for the happy birthday wishes. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I did put it in the title, so I'm bringing this on myself. I generally like to do quiet birthdays. Coming home from a friend of mine's similar aged birthday is when I shattered my whole skeleton. So, far be it from me to want to do anything crazy. I'm going to be nice and quiet this weekend. I'm going to get sleep, which I haven't been doing lately. But I appreciate the well wishes. You guys are awesome. Thank you for caring. Oh my goodness. I ordered a new VU meter because it was like $20 for a new one, because I decided that the one way that I was gonna actually cover over all the mistakes from all this stuff was just to drill a big stinky hole on the side and have a VU meter sitting there, and then we'll just put a pre-made circuit board inside here in order to power the speaker, and that way I avoid all of the embarrassment of going through this exercise again and failing at it again. I don't know what, I think it's a gain issue. I think it's a gain issue primarily. And it's possible that I do a little testing first this time and actually succeed in making a speaker out of speaker parts. So stupid. Microscope out of the way. I don't have time for this kind of crap. All right, go. And we got our test set up here. Channel 2 is unfortunately a little bit damaged on the scope. No worry though, on Monday I get my new scope, which is the latest Rigol, and it goes up to 125 megahertz or whatever. It's not the common one, so I don't know if anybody hacks it. I don't know if there will be available hacks right away. So So I just got to use the scope as it is, which I think I'll be totally fine with it as is. It's got a logic analyzer on it. I don't know what that means, but it sounds like some kind of freaky Star Trek shit. Definitely don't need this, so we'll turn this way down. Up a little. We're doing a FTL soundtrack again because it's pretty safe. I could do some of the other mixes that I normally listen to, but they're not as safe anymore. Not that safe anymore. Put that up there. Get these wires. We're going to break the setup down a little bit to make some room so that we can work on Eurorack stuff. So that'll be my happy place. That'll be my happy place for today. I am not necessarily hiding out, but I have the inclination to hide out today. I was like, maybe I should cancel stream. Nope, I'm doing it. I'm facing it head on. That's not processing power. That's the speed of a signal that it can observe. Oh, I was looking for this the other day. It ended up in my twist ties. Odd place for it. I don't know exactly what the speed is. I think I'm misquoting that number. I don't know which one it is. We'll know when it gets here. I paid just a little bit more money for it. Just a little bit more money to get the step up. And it's also black, so it won't be as bright looking on the cameras here. Also, apparently, it's got like a web interface that you can pull up. So maybe we can add that as a source in OBS, and then I don't even have to use HDMI to hook it up. I can just point you guys at that web page and get a decently frame-rated scope on the screen, which will be absolutely amazing. That'll be a life changer. You guys will actually be able to clearly see the stuff that we're observing. That's a big deal. I don't know, you guys don't think that's a big deal, but I'm the one who's always here. I'm here 24/7. I'm the one that feels it when my production slips and stuff isn't as cool as it could be. Especially because today we're going to be using the scope a little bit, so we got to observe the scope, but the observations are going to be coming through the webcam, which will be subpar. It irks me. Oh, I got to get out the hot stripper for when flatulent gonad flies by. I guess we didn't use hot glue this time. Oh, I need to put the teeth over here too. Bomb, bomb. These need to go with the skull, but I don't have the wherewithal for that, so I guess I'll just stash them over here. Hopefully they don't get pushed off the table. Glue gun goes back. That was going to be the fun part of the build, was gluing the teeth back in. Why isn't this going in? What's going on here? There we go. Keyboard of suspicious function. Into stuff. Chip quick flux that came with the chip quick that I didn't want. Stereo adapter, that goes in the adapters. We're going through and cleaning up a little bit because I'm going to go back to Eurorack tuning. Piece of tape. Julian should probably be getting his marbles today, and I told him to give it a comprehensive sort of shakedown to see if there was anything wrong with it. There shouldn't be anything wrong with it. It should be a fully functioning and capable marbles. Bum, 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 bum. Here. Oh, what else do I need? Let's see. Oh yeah, I wanted to find the wire stripper. What happened to it? Did I put it back or did I put it somewhere? I don't think I put it all the way back, because all the way back would be inside of the bins over there, and those, I don't think I've taken them out recently. So it might be back behind some stuff over here. Get this out of the way. This resistor kit that I haven't opened yet. I thought they would have larger leads. They don't have larger leads. They get the same size leads. I guess the lower wattage ones are cheap or something. really disappointing because it was $14 that I didn't want to spend to try to be able to breadboard, solderless breadboard circuits. We can still solderless breadboard circuits with those, but it's a little bit more clunky because you have to like push on the electronics sometimes to get them to connect, which is unfortunate. This is cool. This is from a power supply module because you can just buy the power supply module. Eurorack shaving. That's accurate, and I hate you. This is from a power supply module, and it's just got the encoder stuff on it, so I can send it like a digital signal in order to get the buttons and the screen working. That'd be a cool thing to add to something. I don't know what. Where is my stripper? Are you my stripper? Oh wait, it's back here. There it is. All right, so if Gonad wakes up at any hour and shows up, I gotta show him how this thing works. I've got sacrificial wire right here that I can use. Because he's building these huge wiring harnesses on his stream, and I'm just like, my engineer brain is sparkling, thinking of ways to ease his torture of all of these DB connectors that he has to do. Whatever the thing he's building, he's not coming clean about what it is he's building, because it's possibly they just don't want any attention. They're spending lots and lots of money to rebuild an old thing where every single button has a wire, and they're all on DB connectors. So he has to take a billion wires, like 18 gauge wires, strip them, solder them, put them on the DB connector, and also cut them to length. My idea was for some kind of a clamp that has 3 parts, where you put it on the wire and clamp it, then you could cut it all to length, and then you would have like another clamp that would have screws that would push it out. So you would clamp that, tighten it up, that would shear the all the jackets, and then put the screws in it, and it would push it out and strip all the wires. I don't know. It would put them to length, though. I mean, even just a 3-part wire holder organizer would probably be a good thing to have. And then, because I was watching a stream with a bunch of wire stripping going on, I actually bought a Nipex, a $40 Nipex wire stripper. I'm gonna give that a try. It looks like one of those tools where, for some unforsaken darn reason, I'm not cursing at the beginning of videos. I have to play to YouTube standards. For some reason, the people that make these damn tools, darn tools, think that we have enormous hands. How big do you think my hands are? I can't get there. You've gone to a place that I cannot follow. Yeah. I don't know, maybe this one's broken. Probably is. It's from some free cycle thing. But yeah, this thing is a huge crimper. The co-op model. Hey bro, I need you to reach something for me. Why do I have this? What is this? Where do I put it? I don't know where to put this thing. Remember, YouTube, chat interactions are not rated by the ESRB. Although it's still my fault if anything happens. If I don't quash it immediately. Like when we played Among Us a billion years ago. Remember we did that? We did that, and somebody came into my chat and just started saying horrible expletives over and over again. Because internet funny. Hee hee internet. I have fond memories of Among Us. Everybody thought it was so cringe for a while. It's like, dude, it was fun. You have to lie to your friends. Show how good people are at lying, and how bad some of your friends are at lying. I don't know if it was a good thing to be good at that game. Requirement, have friends. Well, you know, we were all stuck indoors. You didn't necessarily need friends. You could make them along the way. I guess I'm gonna leave the leads dangling because we'll probably need this fairly early on. Happy B-Day, big man. Who's big man? Why do they have the same birthday as me? Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm gonna try to be more cordial to people with birthday wishes, because usually I'm very, very crotchety on my birthday. That is a 4-month sub. Thank you so much. Anybody watching this on YouTube, I mostly pay attention to Twitch. And on Twitch, we have subscriptions that aren't just hitting a button, you're giving money. And that money goes directly-ish to me. Not quite directly. But it supports what I do here, and I appreciate that very much. That Twitch paycheck has been steady dwindling. It's been dwindling quite a lot, and Burn the Subs needs to come back and fix that, because I was doing decently there for a while. It's not really my focus. I don't want to make money my focus. Cocaine and all kinds of shenanigans, exactly. I'm taking it easy this birthday. This is the one to not shatter my skeleton at. Because my skeleton is rife for shattering. My bones is old. Putting stuff in the corner here. Out of sight, out of mind. Got a lot of test leads kicking around, too. Was what a year ago? I don't remember what's going on a year ago. I have no memory of this. All right, let's get these into a thing. Oh no, that wasn't a year ago. That was like months. That was in summer. Creatively descending the stairs. Yeah, I had a different method, and you know, it didn't work out. Sometimes you got to unit test stuff, and so I descended in the air, and it didn't turn out very well. It's painfully linear. There's actually a part of your brain that's like a cluster of neurons that function like a clock, and as you age, it speeds up. And there's the perception that maybe there's the idea that maybe our perception of time is influenced by the amount of memory that we already have of things, so that your new memories are not all that special because you already have a whole ton of memories, and that's why the passage of time seems faster. I'm more of a mind that that cluster of neurons speeds up, and so you perceive time's passage a little bit differently. But who knows? Brain science is crazy. I'm just an amateur brain scientist. I'm not certified in any way, shape, or form. I've fooled around with a couple brains in my day. Look at all these EEPROMs, they're all blank. You got the cute little windows in them, though. My parents never made pizza, they're from the 80s. Well, they're really from the 70s, but when pizza was like cheap, super cheap. Now we live in a world where people make an app, because they don't have time to say application, that allows them to take over a space by making it preferentially superior, and then eroding all of those preferentially superior features that allowed them to collapse the industry around them. And then they become the only option, and it's the same thing again, only money is being siphoned to a third party. It's great. I love the modern world. Look at these EEPROMs. There's no way any of them have anything on them anymore because they are exposed to ultraviolet, which erases EEPROMs. This one's 1979 AMD. Look at that. It's beautiful. These are actually ceramic. They're not epoxy. Intel, 1977. If you don't tip enough, or you live in the wrong neighborhood, or have the wrong surname, your food will get tampered with by stressed out low-wage workers. Yeah, that's a thing, isn't it? People not picking up anything at like there's like pictures of a McDonald's that have like tons of orders that people aren't picking up because it's not worth it. El Caborius, thank you so much for the well wishes. I guess this is an attempt to block UV, but it's not. This ain't opaque. Usually you'd put an opaque sticker on it. I wonder if these are filters. They're old UV filters. They wanted to still see that the chip was there. They didn't want their chips running away. Scan 34. That one's greasy. Can we go back? No. No, we can't. Funny, haha, you think we could go back. AM9551DC. Some of these don't even have data sheets. Some of them, I mean, some of these are probably pretty famous. I don't know any of the part numbers, but if it's AMD, you might be able to find something. But sometimes you don't get it, even that. You don't get to search for data sheets on these things. No problem with ghost kitchens as long as the food is good. But that's the thing about ghost kitchens is you don't know. And if it's good one day, it might not be the next. It's crazy. I mean, the concept is kind of cool. Ghost kitchens are when you order food from a place that suspiciously has appeared in your area, and they get either a restaurant or a food truck. Sometimes there's food trucks like parked at warehouses where they will cook your food and then send it delivery to you, and there'll be several restaurants. Like there was a place that was a Tennessee hot fried chicken place and also a poutine place, which not in Canada. I don't know where they're getting cheese curds from. I really wanted to try them, but they were from one of these ghost kitchens. It's the same menu on 2 different pages, and I don't trust it. I just don't trust it to be good. It could be delicious. It could be the cheese curd market could be awesome. And they're like, whoa, we're making the best food ever. But you don't know. And then the next day, it could be a entirely different kitchen. I got a Mr. Beast burger one time during the pandemic, and it tasted like the wrong kind of grease. It was the wrong kind of grease. Because it was some crappy restaurant that wasn't using good stuff. The good oil. Gotta keep your head on a swivel out there, chat. No, not that. We have at least food standards, and you know, that are a little bit beyond gutter oil. Ugh, I don't even want to think about that right now. That's disgusting. Disgusting. Human grease. I don't want to think about that either. Jesus Christ. Modern inclination of Cisco providing food in all the restaurants. Man, we used to have Sodexo everywhere. I couldn't get away from that food. It was all the same thing, too. But it depends on the skillet. It depends on the skillet. Some, you know, good skillet, good oil makes good food. It's like what I say about cheesesteaks. You guys don't know the depth and breadth of knowledge that I have on cheesesteaks. And the secret to a cheesesteak is the Amoroso roll. That is the secret to the cheesesteak. You need to have just the right kind of paperish texture on the outside of the bun, of the roll, and on the inside you need that beautifully soft and spongy bread meat. Because the meat doesn't really matter that much in a cheesesteak. You know, you're putting thin slices of steak on a skillet, and you keep it hydrated with a little bit of water. You keep it on there, a nice seasoned skillet, decent oil. It'll taste great no matter what. That's not the hard part. The hard part is that roll needs to be just right. Usually just right. There's a radius outside of Philadelphia where cheesesteaks become incredibly crappy, and sometimes they get better again out further away from Philly, but there is definitely a falling off of quality as you get further away from the source of the Amorosos. There's a cheesesteak place in Japan that has authentic Philly cheesesteaks because they get the yeast powdered mixture shipped to them. So they're making Amoroso rolls using the specific type of yeast that they've developed. Apparently that's one of the secrets to the textures. Secrets to good food: bread, sauce, dressing, spices, salad, meat. In that order, huh? That seems to hold water. What are these things? Looking at some random chips that I found yesterday. I think those are amps. LM324. AD565 B1N. AD565. Oops, I gotta restart the music. Is that AP? It's not. Hold on. No, it's definitely AD. Including results for AD565A. All right, hold on. Let me get the music started up again. There you go. Autolyzed yeast extract. What? I don't need that. I don't need to know that. I only have so much brain space. I'm on my way out, Chad. I've become old. I can't have you filling my head with weird stuff. Are you making explosives? Are you another one of these obsessive types that are going to keep asking me this question? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing on this platform, because clearly I have a presence here and I haven't been kicked off of the platform. That's why I'm teaching everybody how to do something that is patently illegal and would get me arrested. Sure, yeah, that's what my security clearance was all about. I don't know what this thing is. 8565JN. It has 8011 on it. Analog devices. High-speed 12-bit monolithic D to A. That's kind of neat, but I don't know if that's what we're looking at. This data sheet should be from 1975. I do feel like I've heard the number before. Where's the mechanical? That doesn't seem quite right to me. DAC, ADC. I don't think that's what this is. Although these parts are from the early stages of a non-invasive brain scanning machine. It's basically functional MRI, but with light. If you hit the front of the cranium with near-infrared frequencies, the light will go through skin and bone and stuff and bounce off of blood. And so your brain divvies out the amount of blood. Mine has almost none in it. It divvies out the amount of blood in order to smooth it out. No, it divvies out the amount of blood depending on what you're doing. So if you're doing a visual heavy task, it will send more blood in that direction. If you're thinking about boobies, I guess it'll send the blood over to that section of the brain. The front of your brain is where all the higher stuff comes in. It's the last part to have evolved. And so if you're sitting there and solving puzzles, you can see an increase in the blood flow and the oxygenation of the blood in that part of the brain. And when you finally find the answer, activity drops off. And the thought was that they could make a lie detector, like an actual lie detector test. Newsflash, the lie detector is just the bad cop in the good cop, bad cop routine. And if you know that, you get in a lot of trouble during your lie detector test, I've heard. You should not let on to the fact that you know that the only function of the lie detector test is to be a big meanie so that the person administering the exam can be the good guy. I'm just operating this machine, man. I know it's crazy, but I gotta ask you these questions. You know, that they get on your side and they get you to admit stuff. So that's the whole of the lie detector test. It's not admissible in court because it's not a thing. It's not a thing. People get stressed for no reason. The thought with the non-invasive brain imager was that you could put that on the front of the head and you would see people actively using their brains to lie, and they would be not using their brains as much to tell the truth. It was a solution in search of a problem, basically. It's like AI. Just a new tool that we don't know what to do with. But it was neat because we had students solving anagrams, and we would take statistics of the students solving the anagrams. I was just the guy that was fixing everything up. I've wanted to go back to that project and actually like make one, but we haven't had the time. But that's where all this stuff comes from. So seeing D to A and A to D makes sense. They had basically optical sensors with a little amplifier on them that were like, they looked like chips, like clear chips, and then things to drive infrared LEDs. They had specially made infrared LEDs. MC34082P. The fact that I'm streaming on Twitch, 3408 data sheet. Do you think I'd frickin' be here if I could invent a time machine? Actually, I probably would. I probably would still stream, but I would be wildly wealthy. I'd probably be sleeping. The DIP 8 photodiodes, yeah, they're crazy. This one, it wasn't even like a color sensor. It was just a very sensitive photodiode that had its own little amplifier on it. Well, no surprise here. This is a JFET op amp. What does the JFET do for the op amp? Low input offset errors and currents. NPN output stage features large output voltage swing, no deadband crossover distortion. And I don't know what the JFET part of that means. I don't know why we would use one. Tear down Fridays with an electron microscope. You could fool that by thinking about a complex problem while answering some questions truthfully. Yeah, yeah, like the nail in the shoe is supposed to stress you out when you answer on a lie detector, but a lie detector is wholly unreliable. I mean, you could just be sweating. It could just be a hot day and you're sweating more than normal, and they get the galvanic skin response, or you pucker your asshole every time. I shouldn't curse. You pucker your butt every time you answer, and it causes a false stress response. I think they have a butt pucker sensor in some of them. It's ridiculous. Offset nulling circuit. Huh. Yeah, I don't know how it works, but there is like a waistband to measure your breathing. It's like a tummy band. People use those for game inputs. Jeez. But yeah, the lie detector is wholly and completely unreliable. Newsflash, hot shot. Oops, wrong scene. This one. LF353, that's an old one. That's like a modern part, just with an old package, a ceramic package. If I really wanted to flex, I could use those. This one looks like epoxy, early epoxy packaging. These are old school ceramic. Look at that thing. It's an EEPROM. Yeah, I found these yesterday when I was rifling around looking for those VU meters that I don't know what happened to. I ordered new ones. But these are my ooh and ah chips. It's possible some of the chips that I had to order were actually in this collection. I think most of this stuff is EEPROMs, though. Except for the 74 series stuff. CA3060. It's RCA. It's got RCA on it. Crazy stuff. 1970s chips. Huh. I would imagine you need a lot of those. They're better to preserve than to... For a while, I was saving all the pins of stuff that I was taking apart. I had tons and tons of pins from stuff that was being scrapped, and I was going to try to extract the gold. They are pain-flavored chips, actually. They're like those new hot Doritos. I didn't consider myself old before. My entire generation, when we hit our 30s, started bitching and moaning about being old. And it's like, bro, you've just started to get old. You're not even nearly old yet. 30s is not old. I don't still consider myself to be necessarily old, but I'm more open to the label. I'm more open to the label. I, unlike my peers, do not have back problems and stuff. But yeah, my generation would not stop just moaning about being, oh, we're so old now. It's like, shut up, just get some exercise. I feel way better. I was not blessed with readily available back problems. My opinions on these things would probably change. You and me both, brother. I was in a weird position because going into first grade, I was a little bit young for the grade, and they bumped me up one course level because my language skills. This is from FTL. If you like this music, this is Faster Than Light, which is an amazing computer game where it's basically you're like a Star Trek captain ordering people around the ship and trying to survive, but you're actually rebels. Why? Like, you can answer that question for yourself. What do you think? If I could do things that were amazing like that, would I be here? Is really that's the answer. I didn't think my parents were old till they were 50. Yeah, I mean, you know, I can still pass for being like 30. Actually, you're the Federation. It's the rebels who you're against. They're taking over space. I need to listen to the Hollow Knight soundtrack. I need to listen to that, because I do hear that there's a lot of bangers on that one. And MASH. But yeah, apparently you're the Federation trying to get the, I guess, plans for their big evil ship to like the center, but the rebels are taking over all the borderlands, and so you're running from them. It's kind of awesome. It's a really good game. Our strategy game soundtracks always fire. Rumor has it that FTL started as the main theme, and then they made a game to go along with it, which I accept into my heart, but I know it might not be accurate. I accept that reality. I'll accept that one. That they were like, man, this song is a banger. This needs a spaceship game to go along with it. Yeah, strategy games do always slap pretty hard. What is this thing? Where did you come from? Oh, that's a battery cap. I don't need this anymore. Headcanon is best canon. I refuse to accept any other canonization. Damn it. Where was that word going and where did it come from? Cotton Eye Joe. But I haven't been Cotton Eye Joe. I've been married a long time ago. I used to play that at school dances. That's how old I am. That's how old I am. Yeah, Gonad was streaming yesterday, and he was doing these massive wiring harnesses. So I've prepped in case he shows up today, so that I can show him the glory of the heated wire stripper. The last time I got this thing out, we didn't do anything with it. But now I've got sacrificial wire as well as the hot stripper ready to go. That's right, we got hot strippers on this stream. Beautiful. Hopefully we can have kind of a relaxed day today. It's Friday, it's cold out, warm inside, you know, peepo cozy and all that stuff. I've got modules to tune. This synthesizer isn't driving itself. Not yet, anyway. Shakaroni ads on Bother's stream. What is Shakaroni? Good Lord. I don't have any control over that kind of stuff. You guys would be seeing Dexcom ads if it were up to me. I've been using Dexcom since the early days, and it is the reliable CGM. Others have probably gotten better, but thank you, Mesh Twitch. Shaquille O'Neal pizza at Papa John's. How tone deaf to advertise on a diabetic stream. I had a peanut butter and jelly for lunch, and it's probably wreaking havoc on my glucose levels, because that's basically a sugar sandwich. Actually, no, I'm doing pretty good. Portion control. For once, I had a little bit of portion control and didn't overeat. Because I got a birthday dinner to get to, chat. I gotta end around 4, because I got a birthday dinner with my parents. Because I'm a mama's boy. So we're gonna go to like a pub. I don't want Shack flavored pizza. I don't want that juicy Shack meat. That's a Red Letter Media joke that I am appropriating right now to signal to the nerds that I deserve credit. Welcome to streaming. But yeah, I don't want Shaq flavored pizza. He can do his own thing. How irresponsible for them to promote carbohydrate-y foods on my stream of all places. I don't have a functioning pancreas. It's a disability. I'm disabled. I would count as disabled. Because diabetes is a huge bitch. It is a huge bitch to deal with. So as we complete modules, they will graduate to being actually attached to the synthesizer. Marbles does not get that because Marbles is a way to reliably create specific control voltages if I need to, and gates. So it does control voltages and gates, which is everything that we would need in order to operate a voltage controlled oscillator, or to, you know, to make something that we would be able to observe through some of these modules. So that's why Marbles does not get parked in, but all the other ones that are complete get parked. We managed to barely get Kinks working. Kinks, when it gets an outside control signal, can produce gates on that control voltage really cleanly. When it uses its own internal, there's like a spike at the initial control voltage, and I don't know if that's going to affect anything in terms of, you know, like a VCO creating notes or not. I haven't been able to play around with it yet. I need to get all of my VCOs working. We're sort of clawing our way into a functional synthesizer. And then after VCOs come filters, and the filters and the voltage controlled amplifiers will allow me to envelope and make cool little bips and boings and bumps and blops. And I'm afraid when I start making up words like that, something ridiculously horrible and canceling is going to come out of my mouth by accident. It's going to be like, did you know that that was a slur that nobody really knows about? And I'd be like, oh, sorry. I don't remember what I was talking about, but I once said the F slur on stream completely by accident, and that was when I had like 4 viewers. It was when it was just like OctoJ and a couple other friends, and I was like, holy sh! Whoa! Hold on! Why did my brain do that? And they were cool about it, but it was like, it was an awakening. I was like, I gotta be careful. I gotta be careful, because sometimes your mouth can just make it can cut words off and make weird stuff happen. Part of the ADHD, I guess. This injury has been around for way too long. This was me carrying, I think a case of beers in the garage and brushing my finger against a mirror, and it happened to have just a razor blade to take a layer of skin off. That was offensive. No, it's like I don't use that line, you know. The Chad stuff, that's stupid. I just don't use that language. People are happier for it. There's a bearing company that are used in BMWs, and the acronym is that F slur. It's a 3-letter acronym of it. I used to have one of them sitting on the desk. I don't know where I put it. It's gone now, but apparently the company still has that acronym. I think they're featuring it less on the packaging now, but it's a German company, so they don't have that there. Pointy and yeah, leave it to German cars. Actually, it was a Volvo that did this to me. This is a Volvo with those little extra side mirrors that are a yellow lamp under plastic, and the plastic can pop off, and so there's a really sharp edge on that plastic, and that's what got me. That's what got me. And then, of course, because my body is a body, it decided that instead of growing back a layer of skin, it would form a scab that would linger in this location. Hand injuries are not good because my hands are fairly prominently featured on stream. I don't want to look like, well, I don't know. My hands always get beaten up, so But this thing's taken a long time. It wasn't, it was like nigh, like not even a layer of skin. It didn't even bleed, but it decided to scab over for me. So that's great. Thank you, body. You're really contributing here. I probably could have put one of those Band-Aids that keep the scab from forming on it. Those said not for use by diabetics, and I have no idea why. I think maybe those Band-Aids rely on circulation or something, and they figure that diabetics won't have any blood in their appendages or something. But it specifically, because when those Band-Aids came out, they were great for me, because it was like, oh, another hand injury, pop, and then it heals in like 3 days, right? It was like, those were brilliant. I wish I still had some of those. I need to go find them. I need to find those. Those would be good Band-Aids to have around. Of course, you peel one off and it's like a horror show underneath, because it's all your juices healing up, supplying energy to the cells that are replicating in order to create a repair surface and potentially a scar. But apparently those prevent scars, which is pretty cool. Got so many scars. Boop, 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 boop. We're back to this song, huh? I skipped forward a little bit, so that's probably why. Bonk, bonk. Linear circuits, nice and easy to build. Nice and easy to build. This stuff is pretty small, but I think this right here is the culprit. It's 1 nanofarad. Is it 1 NF? I think it's probably the wrong value. We'll probe around. Maybe I'll clean up. Let me clean up the board before we get started. Chicks dig scars. I always thought it would be cool to have a facial scar, but anything you do to get a facial scar is either supremely embarrassing or extremely dangerous. You know, just right across the eye. That was, I mean, I guess it still is. It's code for you to be a villain, right? They always have, like, the German with the facial scar who's emotionless and calculating. Having emotions is wrong. All right, let me clean this up a little bit. Why did the music pause? What happened? Whoa. Oh, I guess the track ended. Let's see, goof off. I'm gonna try to clean this up a little bit. The whiteboards show all of the gross stuff. German humor is no laughing matter. Isn't it always mean? Isn't German humor always mean? That's my understanding. Main scars are from operations. Those are some gnarly ones then. Best I can do for you is a forehead scar from walking into a broken tree branch. That's exactly what I'm talking about. It's either really embarrassing or you've put yourself in imminent and extreme danger. Like, weren't Germans for a while just having recreational sword fights? Just like, hey, let's fight with swords. Nothing good can come from a recreational sword fight. That's the wisdom that I impart onto you, chat. Like, oh, yes, let me take notes on this. Just get that stuff all over the place. I'm going to try to scoop up the board. But there's a lot of through-hole stuff on here, so it's going to be kind of jank. It's going to immediately tear up the Q-tip. Well, this isn't a Q-tip. That's a brand. We don't have branded Q-tips. These are the plastic Q-tip-like cleaning implements that are made out of completely unrenewable plastic. Where the more effed up you were, the more honor. I think it was just the facial scars were attractive or something. I broke a finger sword fighting. Jeez. Do you have a weird bent middle finger? I hate these things. I'm trying to use them up. The least I can do is use them, but they're completely unrenewable and they will be around for the rest of time. Or they'll end up in my kid's brain in the form of microplastics. Just abysmal. I do not like these. They are... like, a paper product, at least, can return to the earth in some sense, providing us with delicious fiber to eat. But these will never return to the earth. They will only become particulate matter. I'm just trying to get all the little splotches off of it. I think some of the solder mask might be coming up because I see a little bit of white in the Q-tip. Stamped steel, anything, yeah. Then I can have micrometals in my blood, like lead. You're supposed to use a sword, not point a finger. Hey, are you guys sword fighting? Ah! God. This is like the weird part of the soundtrack for when you're just doing ship management, not necessarily having an exciting battle like FTL. I should give the extended mod a try, where they add like a ton of stuff to it. I saw Tomato play that a million years ago, and I could certainly do for watching somebody else play it more. It was a brilliant little game. I liked it. And also the game would fit on a thumbed stick, so I'd bring it into work. All right, that's not clean, but it is a little cleaner. Probably the whole thing is sticky. The thing with VCOs is that they're sometimes very sensitive electronics on them. So like you have a picofarad capacitor, and if you have stuff on the picofarad capacitor, that's going to alter the operation of your circuit. It's using that capacitor's time constant in order to wibble voltages around, wibble the thing that's going to wibble the voltages. So if you have crud on it, which I do, it might not operate as well. I'm gonna clean it a little bit more. The creator of the chip on this board is a legend who is unalive at the moment, and his wife gave people permission to recreate the chip. So the only reason that I have this chip is that permission was granted for the production of it. And I got it from, used to be a School of Gladistoria. I did a little bit of fencing actually when I was a kid. I was a little kid, did some fencing classes. I should have done more with that, because that sounds kind of interesting. Lunar Tarsius, happy birthday in case anyone hasn't told you. You make mean lurking content, and I love it. Thank you. That is a high praise. I really appreciate that. And also, I am being more positive towards people wishing me a happy birthday. Generally, I'm very grumpy about birthdays because I don't want attention. But here I am streaming. It's a juxtaposition. Yeah, here I am, and I'm being positive. So thank you. Thank you for the well wishes. I promise you, I am not well. And that's cleaner. There's still a bunch of little splotches all over it. Right now, my confidence has been just pulled out from under me by, of all things, just a simple speaker. These chips could not have simpler schematics. They're like, hook the speaker up to the chip and give it voltage and it just works? Like, cool, that seems easy. How am I failing at every facet of this? Like, why am I unable to build just the simplest of circuits? I don't understand what happened. I was overconfident, I guess, and the universe decided to just get its axe and just take me down a peg. And so here I am, slightly shorter, my self-esteem balloon slightly deflated, moderately deflated, kind of a little floppy. Yeah, thoughts and prayers, yeah. Listen, oftentimes, and maybe you people are new here, they're not. Oftentimes, my confidence is well placed. It's just the intentions of chat to make me out to be like I'm bumbling around with circuits. I show mistakes. That's part of working with electronics. That's the thing that YouTubers don't give you, because they just succeed in everything. They just, oh, I just glossed this over. I spent 5 hours doing that and I won't tell anybody. Like, I'm showing that stuff here, the struggle. We had to be absolute freaking, I don't even know what word I'm looking for here. The dog that bites onto stuff and doesn't let go. Whatever, bulldogs, I guess, about finding the issues with Marbleps, because there were so many little things, and it turns out it wasn't software at all, even though we spent 3 or 4 streams struggling with the software, thinking that it was what was wrong. Honestly, a little bit of clunking with the software would have told us that there were actual physical problems with the op amps for the inputs, and that was making it operate weird. But it took us forever to figure that out, and I had to be adamant about going over basically every facet of the circuit in order to get it running again. And it is in a size delineation of parts that I hate. Too small. Happy birthday! Hope you'll have a nice, relaxing birthday. Thank you, Hamster Overdrive. I think once stream is over... Ow. I think once stream is over, I'll relax. But we're gonna have a good time today. I'll get stressed out, and it'll be fun. God, through-hole sucks. That hurt. If you're gesticulating around through-hole parts, you can be subject to the little needles that are pointing out of the bottom of it. I don't know how people through-hold your finger, yeah. I don't know how people survived the 80s and the 70s. How did people working on electronics even cope? Their copium must have had thick gloves, because they had stuff like... Oh yeah, here's the speaking math, I think. There's the speaking spell. I'd love to use this in a module somehow. Those TI chips are kind of weird to operate. I forget who was talking about that. I'll put it over there. There's no chance that VFD works anymore. How did people survive this era of electronics? This is like a nightmare. This is the worst surface known to man. I could literally whittle away my 1-inch thick butcher block with this just by like holding it here. It'll just do 1980s magic to this thing. It costs $5 grand today. Asbestos gloves. That's true. That was in everything. God, the worst antique taking apart that I ever did was a great job being born and stuff. Yeah, I made it around the sun another time. I just sat here, basically. I literally sat here, in this chair. Yeah, the stuff that these went into. One slip, and you're in the ER with a skin graft. Immeasurable pain. The worst taking apart of antique stuff that I've ever done was a night vision optic. We got this thing from, I think it was from Vietnam, because the research that was doing the brain imager thing, that researcher, after World War II, wrote to the US government and said, hey, do y'all have any extra stuff? He worked on the Manhattan Project. He goes, do y'all have any extra stuff? No word back, no word back, no word back. And then suddenly a container truck, like a flatbed truck, shows up with all this random equipment. And so night vision became sort of an interesting thing to use to do imaging. They were doing a lot of research into imaging, and they had like a neonatal imager that was a night vision optic that they had drilled into and done some work on. So all that old stuff ended up in closets and basements and like the basement cages that are at the basement of the office building that they used to occupy. So for a couple summers, I went and helped them clean up all their junk in that basement. And a lot of stuff went to the Oscilloscope Museum, and some of it was parts from ENIAC, the first computer that was at UPenn, just boxes full of wires and tubes and stuff. I should have taken a little piece of ENIAC and just had it here in a jar, but I didn't. I was a good boy. So we ended up with a box that said 20,000 volt sniper scope on it. And in that box is a clever little trigger thing, a infrared filter for like a car headlight, and what was the 20,000 volt lamp for the sniper scope. Those all got taken apart, and the infrared thing eventually went opaque and stopped filtering. But, because we actually strapped it to a car light, and you could like heat up your arm with it and stuff. One of the things that remained was the night vision optic. The night vision optic had this Archimedes lens where you have light coming in, and then it gets focused onto a point, and that point had a little thing that would swing out and charge it, and then it would swing back, and you would supposedly be able to see like red in the dark. The photons would hit this material, and they would let go of whatever energy they had in them and so you'd be able to see in infrared. Problem is, the phosphors that were on that little lens went bad. So I said, hey, I'm gonna take this thing apart, because clearly it has a hexagonal thing on the shaft. I can put this in a vise, I can take it apart. So I took it apart, had a little disc, all kinds of stuff. Then, the other month, probably last year actually, we looked it up online, that optic, and the website, very old website, was talking about this type of optic, and it said, absolutely do not take this thing apart, because it has a radioactive isotope that does not, it has a very long half-life. And I remember one of my electronics pull-out drawers as a teen, a big plastic tub drawer with a bunch of old stuff in it, had a little mesh disc at the bottom of it. Yeah. So I was actively handling radioactive material. I'm smart. I'm very smart. It was after I got diabetes, so it didn't give me diabetes, but oopsie poopsie. I guess nothing happened. I don't know. I don't really know. I don't know. So the fact that your intrepid streamer is still around and cancer-free is nothing short of a miracle. You held a rock and now you feel bad. Grow up. Enter the Data episode of Star Trek where actually that was based on an actual event to happen, where a village found radioactive material and was like making jewelry out of it and stuff. Yeah, it was probably not that radioactive, but it probably would have shown up on a meter if I had anything of that sort. I should have gotten one of those old clicky radiation meters back in the day when they were cheap. They're really expensive now. This thing is a graphics card, and it was sent in by... speak up if you're the person that sent it in, because I vaguely know the name. I was talking about it to somebody. Hold on, let me see here. I can figure out who it is. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Sorry, I'm just looking for who this person is. They sent in a bunch of test equipment, and I figured out who it was. I just no, I don't. I can look it up another time. These are pretty cool. They need to be run at 500 volts. This wasn't a the night vision optic that I was talking about was. It didn't have any electricity going to it. The infrared illuminator was the 20,000 volt part. The optic itself just used a swing-in radiation disc that would charge the phosphor, and then the radiation disc would be swung out of the way, and then that phosphor would be sensitive to photons, with no electricity involved. But the modern tubes are tubes, and they need high voltage in order to have an excitable phosphor so that when a photon comes in, it can bounce back and forth until it's amplified hugely. Oh, the Geiger counter. Oh, yeah. What was it? Was it low amps? I don't know. It's pretty cool. There's a class of miniature tubes that can be used for radiation sensing, and so you've got these like $100 or so devices. You can have one that goes in your pocket, and they give you a layout of how much radiation is kicking around your house. You can figure out how much radiation you're exposed to. Oh man, you rewound oh wait, we need that. You rewound a transformer. That's so dangerous, and I've seen so many YouTube videos where they take like a microwave transformer and they very haphazardly rewind it in order to create an extremely high current output, and then they like weld stuff together with it. It's not a good idea. I don't mess with high voltage. I just don't do it. We don't need to in order to have very interesting and lively projects here. We don't need to mess around with high voltage. I wear medical appliances that operate at low voltage. They're not too positive about high voltages. And another thing people don't consider about high voltage is that you have a lot of RF coming off of it. You can unintentionally jam your phone, my insulin pump, any of those. High voltage and radiation. Yeah, just keep those. Poisonous stuff is fun. I don't really know where I'd ever encounter poison other than alcohol. I guess there are plants at the Mutter Museum in Philadelphia that are, there's like a poisonous plant garden. Was that right? Maybe that's somewhere else. I went to the Mutter Museum. It was pretty fun. Called a colon the size of a Volkswagen. What random 1980s machine does this card control? This is kicking around an engineer's office at IBM. This is a graphics card. Well, actually, no, this one is not. It might be graphics. I don't think it is. I think this is just a parallel port thing. There's a lot of 7400 series on this. A lot of flip-flopping. Even just soldering, I wear gloves and scrub my fingers afterwards. I mean, I guess that's a good idea. Our partially leaded solder here I'm constantly exposed to. I do keep a fan at my back, though. And I sometimes will wash my hands if we've been doing heavy soldering that day, because you kind of feel like something's up. Yeah, this doesn't exactly say what it is. Tech M1. Topside. 388-02401. I wonder if we can figure out what this thing is. PCGA BD, and then I've got a part number on it. PCGA B1. Or what is this thing? We can find it. How to install the Bluetooth adapter. That's not what I'm looking for. PCGA B1 card. I don't know if this one. I had another one that was multiple boards. I don't know what happened to that one. Yeah, it's really old. It's an old ISA board. I had another one that was actually a graphics card, but I don't know what happened to it. It was these are kind of hazardous because these through-hole things will like tear you apart. Like a billion needles at the bottom of this thing. Yeah, this is the good stuff. This is a good part of the soundtrack. Like a first parallel port. It said PCGA on it. That autocomplete was, these are not the first parallel port cards, you jerks. Hello, familiar. Where was that picture? HP. Nope, that's not it. That's not it. ISA port. That's getting a little bit more familiar. That's getting a lot of bit more familiar. Not quite though. Modern GPUs are like, or modern parallel ports are like, look at what they need to mimic a fraction of our power. I don't know, it's gonna be hard to find because it's like way into obscurity. This is so irrelevant to what I'm searching. That's so irrelevant to what I'm searching. It's like the exact opposite of what I'm looking for. This is like pre-computer shit. That one's looking mighty familiar, but not quite it. Might not even be a parallel port, but it does. It certainly does look like a parallel port. Oh my god. Look at all this ISA hardware. It's tough because these are like really close to it, but this is like earlier than that. What's the date on some of the chips? Some of these chips have date codes on them, don't they? 79. Yeah, so this is at least from 1979. Probably a little after. I guess I could try doing that. Put it on a white background and take a picture. This one's getting close. I just want to try to put a price tag on it. We should probably get started. We should actually start working on relevant module things instead of looking at 90-year-old computer hardware. Why would anybody want to look at old stuff? Oh, wrong camera. Ooh, that one looks close. IBM ATPC 8-bit ISA, blah, 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 blah. Oh, that looks so close, but we have the chips over, the big guys are over to the side on this one. It's so close to what I'm looking for. Wait. That one looks mighty, mighty familiar. That's the wrong side of the board. See what this one is. This is the site. $23. 8-bit parallel port DB9. It's close. It's very close to what we have. There would be an AMD chip and a couple other large chips in that area, but oh, there's the AMD chip. So this is like the same functionality, it's just a different version. There's an adjustable potentiometer on it. We don't have that. Oh yeah, we do. There's one right over there. The microchip keychains. They're all 7400 series flip-flops. So it is an 8-bit parallel port DB9 chip thingy, and it's worth a whopping $20. The electronics pricing market is so strange because you get like dependencies drive the price way up right after something becomes obsolete, and then it eventually trickles all the way back down to being $1. But $23 for this? Kidding me? Ow. This is mildly painful to hold on to like this. Okay, we're gonna get my hand off that. That's how this is the proper way to hold it. And you smack your friend with it, and then you're tried for murder because you've ripped off all of your friends' everything with all of these fucking little pins. Chips are facing, what do you mean facing the wrong way? All the data comes out of this part of the chip. So all the bits coming in, they come in and they bump up against all these chips, and the chips will redirect them this way where they're sent into the computer. It's just simple bounce mechanic. Oh, ugh. What if the bits fall out? It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. You just gotta sweep your computer when you're done using it. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, all the chips are facing on the picture. It's the same. Well, it's less components actually. Yeah, so this is a later version even. We're looking at extremely high technology here in comparison to what we have. Absolutely right. See, all those bits are gonna go into your computer fan. They're just gonna go right through. So that's a bad design. But no, this is probably an earlier design because it's much more chip heavy. I wonder if this worked better or if that one worked better. I could buy it for $20 and compare. Oh, it's got the plugs are the other gender. Huh. All right, let me put this thing aside without cutting my hand into ribbons. Let's get started. This soundtrack absolutely slaps, but We've kind of already listened to it. Donk. Do. Yoink. Pause. Or later. Pull that back over here. Hi, how's everybody doing? There's a bunch of ancient shit on screen right now. What? It's my birthday. Yay! Usually I'm kind of a hermit about these things. It's weird not liking attention and at the same time streaming on Twitch. It's a juxtaposition, and I understand that it contradicts, and all anyone in chat likes to do is contradict. See? Just like that. They just like to contradict stuff. They like to see you changing your opinions, and then they hold you to the flames for that. No, it's my birthday. I'm going to be positive about my birthday today. No, this is the man that always lies. No, I don't. Anyway, that always contradicts, rather. That was a Monty Python, I think, radio sketch. Thank you for the happy birthdays. I'm trying to be good about this and not like jump down people's throats for it. Yeah, this is a big one, and I'm trying to kind of ignore it, but at the same time, I gotta put it in the title. You know, you gotta do that. It's just one of those things about streaming. It generates a little bit more buzz and all that fun stuff, and people like to celebrate your birthday, so I've come around on that whole thing. But man, it's not my favorite thing in the world. What we're gonna do today is what we've been doing previously to this stupid skull speaker project. This thing has rattled my confidence. 69 bits. Thank you, Butt Slab. Happy birthday. I didn't read the title. That's all right. You don't have to read titles to be on Twitch. Nobody does. This thing looked cool, and it should have worked, and the circuits that make it work are the most dead simple electronics project. My nephew, who can barely speak, should be able to do these electronics projects. Although I wouldn't let him hold the soldering iron yet. But yeah, the speaker projects and these speaker chips are so easy. And yet, I just failed over and over again. I don't get why. I don't know why. They're so dead simple, these circuits. It rattled my confidence. This happens. This will happen if you are like, oh, look at this electronics streamer. I wonder if this hobby is for me. Yes, but it's going to be a struggle because you're going to make a bunch of stuff that just flat out doesn't work, and you're going to have to learn how to troubleshoot. That's why it's kind of second nature. Yeah, debugging is the best part of building. It's not. It's stressful. There's a lot of ups and downs. There's a lot of blowing up chips. It's a necessary evil. It's something that you got to learn how to do, and the better you are at it, the less you're going to need it. That's just how it works. The better you are at it, the less you're going to need it. But yeah, we had a bunch of trouble with this. It probably needed some extreme troubleshooting. I think I killed the chip, but much like modeling, debugging stuff. Modeling sucks. I hate it. I don't do it. I hate math. But we had to do a little bit of math in order to troubleshoot even the modular synthesizer modules. So I'm going to be in my happy place where I can pontificate to chat about techniques while soldering and doing good camera work and all that. That's my happy place. That's where we're going to be. Fuck this. This thing sucks. I am going to purchase a speaker driving module that'll go into this thing. And then I have a VU meter that'll cut into this part of the skull so that we don't have to look at all the work that I did, all the holes that I drilled on that part. That's just a failed project, unfortunately, but it'll get new life. I'll breathe a little bit of life into it, and it'll be kind of an interesting looking skull speaker thing in due time. Only way to learn the skills by doing it. Yeah, but like I said, like the better you are at troubleshooting, the more you know what goes wrong in a circuit, and the less you're going to have to do the troubleshooting. And then you get rusty at it. I guess if you've cemented yourself a position as the electronics guru of your friends group, they will start giving you power supplies, and you can figure out how they don't work. Nothing else. They just give you power supplies just over and over again. It's like a tithing. I don't want power supplies, but they're always like, hey, I got this power supply. And I'm like, all right. It's always power supplies. We're getting back to the modular synthesizers, and this is a module that I bought and built behind your backs, chat. I didn't show you guys any of this build, which is unfortunate because it was dead easy to build. These linear circuit boards, dead easy to build. I love them. They're so fun. because everything is big surface mount, and all of the connecting traces are done as the crow flies. So it just barely avoids stuff, and it's put together in such a rush. It's great. What I didn't know when I bought this thing is that the CEM3340, which is basically it's a voltage controlled oscillator on a chip, right? Generally, these chips are built for other purposes. Like if you want to make a sine wave that is in a certain voltage level, you do a couple weird things in order to get it together. Sometimes they use matched transistors that are triggering each other in a reliable way in order to make a wave, and then manipulated with op amps. There are chips that do produce voltages and oscillations, and I actually have one that I have a simple circuit for. So if we're feeling like building something from scratch, we can do that on a perforated prototyping board, and I have just the chip that'll create another VCO. So I'm going to try to make a miniature VCO out of that. Even kept it super clean white. I wish Modular Addicts had a different color solder mask, because white solder mask I loathe. The reason that I loathe it is because it is impossible to see the traces on it. Same thing with the other strong colors, black and white. I don't know what yellow is like. Red, generally, there's a bit of a contrast for the traces, so you can actually see what the heck's going on. And then green, of course, and blue are fairly easy to discern because they're translucent. But this is opaque, and so the only way that we can see the traces is by reflecting light on them. But yeah, so I built this very hastily, put it all together, I got all the parts, I sourced everything, and it appears as though this thing has way too much range. In fact, it's out of the range of this chip. The chip, the CEM3340, is made by Curtis Electronics Specialists, which I guess was one guy. It's just one guy made this thing, and then he had the audacity to die, and so nobody was able to source these things, the CEM3340. I mean, that was very selfish of him. What ended up happening was the wife of, I guess, Curtis, wife of Curtis, it is I, wife of Curtis, she decided that people could make these again, and so they did, and so they are tough to find, but you can get a CEM3340. The CEM3340, but you can't really find it at like DigiKey. You're not going to find it at DigiKey. Look, Mom, no computer. Hey, there's Look, Mom, no computer. But the CEM3340 is a Synth DIY wiki, huh? Again, what started me off on these, I should explain, what started me off on these modular synthesizer things was not that Julian, my musician buddy who does Radioactive Sandwich and Zelikovich, it was not his pressuring me for 25 years. Oh, God, I'm old. Yeah, Brink GG, it is indeed my birthday, and I'm coming to terms with that. We're struggling through it. Thank you for the birthday wishes. For like 25 years, Julian's been on my ass. He's like, you do electronic stuff really well. You're awesome and a genius. And I'm like, no, I just solder stuff together. Like, but he's been like, make me a synthesizer in a violin case. And I'm like, sure, someday. I haven't gotten around to it. Yeah, I'm like a couple of years beyond that. Only a few. Yeah, so the synthesizer project just didn't happen for a long time. And then Julian got into modular synthesizer, and it turns out you can just buy modular synthesizer circuit boards, and there's no instructions, and you're absolutely not supposed to contact the people who made and open sourced these projects. You can find information on the internet. You can ask mod wigglers, which used to be muff wigglers, but now it's mod wigglers. It's weak. They should have kept their strong name. Anyway, you can ask on DIY sites, but you're not supposed to contact the people who built the modules. And I love that. I love how it's just sink or swim. Like, here is, hey, it all costs money. How's it going? Here's the circuit board. Good luck, asshole. And I love that. It's a struggle because I put the thing together and I go, what am I doing? I don't know anything about this stuff. This is my introduction into the wide world of synthesizers. Apparently there's lore behind all of this stuff. And the lore on this one I did not know was that the person who created and sold the chip, died, and then his wife allowed other people tens of years later to produce them. And so now you can get them. So I'm so sick of Warhammer. Listen, I know people aren't gonna like this. I'm so sick of Warhammer. I'm sick of it. I haven't read any of the lore. I'm sick of it. I had a friend, not really a friend, it was a colleague in high school. We had like an after school thing, and I went to like the model and painting thing because I loved building models. Who knew that I would like building stuff? But yeah, I found, I guess in like a grab bin, what I didn't know was a Warhammer figurine. It was a little space marine, and I painted it, put it together, and I painted it. And I was like, that was fun. And a friend of mine, well, not really friend, colleague of mine was like, oh, I know where you can get more of those. And I was like, really? I would love to get more of them. And he's like, I'm not going to tell you. He saved me thousands and thousands of dollars in that act. Just then. Thousands and thousands of dollars. Yeah, Warhammer is just goddamn everywhere. I've wanted to play that Space Marine game, but I'm kind of sick of it. It's all so, like, depressing. But yeah, I was saved from early onset Warhammering by a non-friend. You can tell that I've forgiven him. But I wasn't happy because I was like, that was fun. I like that. That was fun to do. So the CEM3340 module is built by nonlinear circuits. I love nonlinear circuits because, I mean, look at these traces. Look at where they're going. You can barely see them, but you can tell that they are just madness. There's like a clear and present madness to the routing of these traces. Sounds like a good friend. You know how kids do that? You know, they like lord a little piece of knowledge over each other? He was adamant about not telling me, and I really wanted to know. The answer was, of course, the comic shop that was in the middle of Ardmore. We used to have a comic store there. I think it's gone away since then. But yeah, all this stuff is all spaced out nicely, and it's easy to build. This nonlinear circuit's kind of signature. That doesn't look soldered. What I'm doing right now is I'm inspecting the board. I have removed as much of the greasy flux as I could. There's still some left. We did that at the beginning of the stream. There's something still wrong with this, though. So in the synth project. Sorry, I was talking about the synth. I'm on two tangents at once. The synth project, Julian has sold me his old Eurorack case. And so I am using his old Eurorack case with my own custom power supply that can provide a lot of current. And I am building up these modules one by one and populating them into the synth. And hopefully one day I will be able to make cool music. And if I totally fail at making cool music, I'm going to send this to Louis, and then he can use it to make cool music. But the benefit to Julian for discovering or making me see all this stuff and getting me into this is that I built him a marbles, and I just sent it to him. So network of people I've been trying to get information from for the last 2 years. I'm trying to take away a bone from a starving dog. A starving alley 3 days after nonstop rain. Oh, has been like trying to. I thought they were doing that. Yeah, it's. God. Okay. Well, anyway, so this is the CEM3340. This is a voltage controlled oscillator. In a Eurorack DIY, well, not even DIY, in a Eurorack synth, you have control voltages, timing gates. There's other types of things. Nothing is really that standard, but those control voltages generally are used to produce sound waves through voltage controlled oscillators, and then you will put those through filters, right? And you can do all kinds of different things, making drums, making cool randomized melodies, things like that. You know, it'll do that kind of stuff. It's really cool. But there's not that much standardization. Basically, everybody gets plus and minus 12 volts. Some of them get 5 volts. All the control voltages are plus minus 12. The rack takes in 15 volts and turns it into plus minus 12. Plus minus 12 powers everybody. What is it? There's 1 volt per octave, and that goes up to 8 volts sometimes, or maybe 5 volts, and the gate volts are active after 5 volts, so they can go up to 8, or they could be 5.3. Some this, that, the other. It's like complete madness, right? You have to just kind of make a line in the sand and stick to, like, if you're going to make your own module, you have to be like, all right, this needs to be tolerant of up to 12 volts, but I'm going to operate it only up to 5. Like, you just need to have that. You think they would be inclined to help? Yeah. Graybeards will go to their grave holding their dark magic that makes the internet work, and it's kind of terrifying. Jeez. Yeah, that's an unfortunate thing. I mean, even the EEs had to deal with that. EEs had to deal with all of the microcontroller programming people holding their nose up at the Arduino, and I hated it. I hated that. That was the worst thing I've ever seen, is again, the graybeards. They're not necessarily graybeards. Those guys were younger, but they were gatekeeping electronics because you should have to do the calculations to use a 555 to blink an LED. And if you blink an LED with a microcontroller, you're dumb. You're just dumb. You're dumb. You're stupid for doing that. You shouldn't do... How wasteful that you've used an entire Arduino to blink an LED. And it's like, dude, like, they learned how to program a microcontroller. Like, that's the cool part about the Arduino, is that it pulls all of that eclectic bullshit under a carpet. And it says, don't worry about that. Hey, you program C code, make a loop, make the microcontroller do things. Go. Just do it. And that's the cool part about the Arduino. Hey, thank you, Cluse9. I appreciate that. So like the Arduino opened up a whole realm of electronics and sort of the thinking of how microcontrollers operate that was accessible to the artists, to the musicians, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, this is pretty cool. But yeah, I generally like the whole like squirreling away of knowledge as you grow a big gray beard is not a thing that I appreciate. That's sort of the opposite philosophy of this stream. Is this stuff is fun and interesting and exciting, and it hurts, and sometimes you lose all of your confidence because a skull speaker won't speak, and then you just turn around and you keep doing it, and it's really, really fun when you get a success. Unfortunately, the success is because when stuff pisses me off, it lingers on camera. It lingers because I'm still trying to figure it out, right? And as soon as I figure it out, it goes away. Like, oh, I got it. Next. That's what happened to marbles. I did all this troubleshooting on marbles off camera thinking that there would still be content for stream, and then I fixed it, and now we're done. But it was a great, huge effort to get there. Used to be able to make the argument that microcontrollers were much too expensive. Yeah, that's the thing, is like now everything is like, getting a 555 is harder than getting an AT-Tiny 85. It's like, why would you blink the LED using the 555 when you have to do all this analog calculation, and then it would be heat sensitive to the rate of the blinking? Instead, you could just throw an AT-Tiny 85 on it and blink.exe. I mean, it's so easy. Happy Worldwide Oh Bother Celebration Day. We're actually celebrating that my displacement around the sun is now nothing, because I'm back at the starting point. Actually, the universe kind of spirals, or the galaxy kind of spirals around, so maybe we aren't. That's the whole conundrum with time travel, is that you will time travel into free space way behind the planets, which are going away. Yeah, the thing is, like, the commodification, but mostly like the Arduino also pushed microcontroller companies to have friendlier programmers. It used to be you'd have to buy a $300 programmer to hook up to JTAG in order to get code onto the thing. And Arduino went, what if we have a bootloader that sits on the microcontroller and takes in code and then executes it when it's programmed in? Now microcontrollers have special memory blocks for bootloaders and stuff, whereas before you would have to like figure it out with machine language or something of that nature, and you would need the $300 thing. There was a whole push-pull with the FTDI company, which had a serial to USB, very simple serial to USB chip. They wanted $14 a chip for, and the Arduino, the people who were making all these circuits were like, this is way too expensive. Like, we got to be able to bring this price down. And so what ended up happening is they programmed other microcontrollers to do that job. And then eventually the chip manufacturers spooled up and started making direct serial interfaces in the microcontrollers themselves, and took the prices way down. It's great. Bother is the center of the universe, and everything is in exceptionally complicated orbits. How stressful would that be? What's your perspective on that? Because it's like, like everything just fluttering around you. Parallel port flashing raw AVR with code written in assembly. I don't miss doing that. Exactly. Yeah, and nowadays, because the inexorable march of time, they have gotten powerful enough to where we're writing Python and just putting that Python onto the microcontroller, and the microcontroller is reading our shitty Python, albeit a little bit slowly, but they're fast enough that that doesn't matter. And then when you want to get code back, you bring the code back, and you're like, oh, it's still Python. I can just read that. Like, pretty crazy. I own at least 3 USB to serial adapters. Every time I need one, I can't find the one I own. I have one place for that to sit. Yeah, the USB to serial adapter. I bought the SparkFun one, which the SparkFun, again, because these chips were so expensive, SparkFun made their Pro Arduino, and they took that FTDI chip and went, why can't we just plug this board in to all the other things? Because we'll save money. That was the big deal back then. Nowadays, things have like direct USB compatibility. They even made an ATtiny85, the Digispark, communicate directly via USB because it's just fast enough to do it. Pretty cool stuff. But yeah, that whole march has been going on. And in the meantime, I have been troubleshooting modules. So this is the CEM3340. And like I said, the guy had the audacity to freaking die and not leave anybody. Well, he left plenty of information. It's just that it was behind copyrights, and so they opened it up and then started producing the chips again. So now I can have a vintage sounding CEM3340 board for pennies on the dollar. Have you been the past few months? Good. I need to moderate a little bit, though. Sorry, I'm getting the hookups from talking. It all costs money is gifting a tier 1 sub, and it went to Arkin. Thank you. It all costs money. I appreciate that. Init phase. So here is the CEM3340, and it's all built up. I stole that from you guys by building it on my own. It uses TL074 op amps, which are nice and easy to find. 1N4148 diodes. It's got a couple special capacitors on it. Mainly, it has this chip, which is the AS3340, not the CEM. Different company making it. Same chip, though. This chip, what are all those numbers? Oh, these are the values of the components. The one thing that I do not agree with from nonlinear circuits is that instead of having labels that are like C1, R1, R2, because you can change the values on those components, right? So you C1, R1, and then you just change your documentation to say, oh, well, actually, this component works better. With nonlinear circuits, they are all labeled based on their values. So you have a 100 kilo ohm resistor. It's hard to say, hey, you need to replace C5 because there's multiple 100K resistors. You can't just say, hey, replace the 100K resistor. So in all the documentation, any of the edits that are done are accompanied by a picture of the circuit board and the highlighted component, which is clunky. That's a clunky way to do it. But hey, to each their own. They are far more successful than I am at making their own. It's like a math professor, like a math PhD or something like that. Way smarter than I am making all these circuits. So the CEM3340. No, you don't need to make a grid overlay when all you need to do is just label them with unique designations, C1, R1, etc. That's generally what you do. That's generally how you make circuit boards. And that way your bill of materials, as prices fluctuate or as you improve on your circuit based on, operation, you can change those values in your documentation instead of having to like define them in the circuit board. It's one of those basic tenets of building electronics that I don't think people realize, like why they do things the way they do. Yeah, Look Mom No Computer is actually kind of awesome. He does like Furby organs and crazy shit like that. Yeah, Look Mom No Computer. This is a YouTuber, and they're awesome. So yeah, the CEM3340 makes the oscillations via a capacitor, and the capacitor sits right off of pin 11. And actually, I think what that's doing is it's defining the range of oh, don't call me that. It's defining the range of available frequencies. There we go. Okay, it's defining the range of frequencies, and I built this as it was defined by nonlinear circuits, right? Yeah, here we go. CEM3340 VCO. So the only problem that I'm having, though, is that this thing has an incredible range. In fact, it's an unusable range of frequencies that it can operate on. I can show you that real quick. So plug it in. And like, I can't really tune anything else while we're so far out of spec. And let's get this thing over here. Turn this to frequency. There's a whole tuning procedure that you do with this thing, but I think we've run into another problem, and I think it's that the capacitor that's defining the range on this thing is a bad value. So here we are in 5 volts peak to peak. 5 volts peak to peak. I don't know what RMS that is, because RMS is stupid, but this is going a little bit over 5 volts and a little bit under 5 volts on a ground reference. Now, this doesn't have amplitude. This is only frequency, which is interesting because when Julian starts talking to me about frequency modulation and mixing it with amplitude modulation, he's covertly actually talking about radio electronics, only the frequencies are lower. So this thing can be a LFO, which is a low frequency oscillator. And it can also get to high frequencies as well. You can see the high frequency, the amplitude drops off because the electronics can no longer support those waves. You see how it drops off right there in amplitude? All the way down to nothing. That's where the chip can no longer function. All of this range of stuff is occurring basically within less than 90 degrees on the knob. And these knobs have a huge range that they can reach. The one-turn knob. So I've got 360 degrees, and I'm only using a tiny little fraction of that. That's why we were having trouble with this thing. Some of them appear to do nothing. Others just sort of redo the adjustment. There are different sensitivities. And the way that this chip deals with that stuff is, let's see. You have a bunch of input signals that are going on one line, and the amount of current in that line will determine what the frequency is. So you can take your control voltages in, and it will be compared to the 360 ohm plus 15 volts. The 100 kilo ohm resistors are just sort of summing them. It's a summing circuit. And there's the high frequency track, and then there's a 2M or a 1M right there. The CEM3340 VCO has a slightly different schematic, though. It's not quite what was there. This is a picture of the trace layout. It's a mess. It's a complete frickin' mess. And again, if you had C1 and R1, you wouldn't have to do this. Now that modification has already been made on the PCB that I bought. And so here's your schematic, and it's barely labeled, but here is that summing trace right here. That's the summing trace going into pin second to last. And then there's the high frequency adjust off of it. So it's very similar to the circuit from the data sheet, because this is a pretty specialized chip. I mean, it's an ASIC that produces it's an ASIC that does modular synthesizer stuff. And it's got different stuff that can be sent in to the chip. You can sync it up so that the waves all occur at the same time, so you don't get weird like poppings and stuff. But you know, and all the outputs there are sort of dictated by, yeah, op-amping stuff. But there's a little difference in this, what is it? The timing capacitor. These aren't even numbered. This guy is making circuits so quick that he's making it harder for us to understand what's going on. The benefit of this over a software solution is that it was 1980, and a software solution required a lot of stuff. Copyright 1980. So in 1980, it was more prudent to have an oscillator on a chip. Conventional hard sync. All right, so in this documentation, they were talking about CF, and it seems that CF determines what the range of frequency is that this thing can reach. And I think I've got a bad value there. I think that's what this is. Let's take the one that I've got in there out and see what it actually says. Because CF goes into which pin? Pin 12. Pin 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, vacuum tube, 9, 10, 11, ground. What? Are these out of order? How many pins are there on this thing? I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, that's a 16 pin. 16, 15, 14, 13, 12. Ground. Wait, huh? Wait, huh? What? 14, 13, 12. Bleh. I thought this one would be it. Pin 11. So he's got this pin going to ground. Pin 13 is ground. I don't know if these are in order. Oops. I guess let's look on the board picture and just see which one it is. I can do it sideways. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. See, the reason that we count this way, we count down from pin. So pin 1 is on the left of the marking, and then we count up one direction and then further up in the opposite direction. The reason we do that is because these chips came from vacuum tubes. When we had vacuum tubes, you would have a gap in the pins, and then you would go, which way does a clock go? You go anti-clockwise around the pins, and then there would be a gap in the pins. So this marking is a sort of a version of the gap, and you start pin 1 just anti-clockwise from the gap. My brain don't work no good. Anyway, so pin 12, so 9, 10, 11, 12. It's got like a weird trace attached to it that doesn't, oh no, it goes down here. So that is the 1 nanofarad right here. So 1 NF. And what do they suggest? 1,000 puff. Well, we've got a capacitor conversion chart because I can't be asked to deal with numbers. If I put a 104 in there, I would have been wrong because that's 100 NF. We want 1 NF. So 1 NF is 1,000 PF is 0.001 microfarads, or oof. So I need to make sure that this is a 1,000 PF, 1 whatever, 0.001. 1 nanofarad is about what my multimeter can do. I also have an LCR meter if I need to use it. Let's just double check what this capacitor value is. So in order to do that, I have to take it out of the circuit because otherwise it won't work properly. I own my fair share of USB to serials. All right. Man. Please be less prominent injury. I need this just to go away, please. All right. So let's get this capacitor out of here. I'll do that with the microscope. Boop, 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 bop. We can measure it and see if I got the value wrong. Because I guess in the end, this does work. It's just wildly out of spec. The capacitors that I have are not 1 NF. I think it suggests that you put like a fancy capacitor here, like a nice one. I don't really have that. Let's not bring up the number too much. But yes, here I am on my deathbed. Thank you, money. I appreciate you. All right, there. That's just sticking around right there. We can give that a test. Oh God, listen. I don't claim any musical talent at all. I don't have a great amount of musical talent. We'll just see. We'll see what happens. It's gonna be a while. I mean, yeah, I'm 95 years old today. Windows 95 today. All right, capacitors. I have nanofarad measuring ability, so I don't know how accurate this is going to be towards its limits. Okay, bye. Bye-bye. It was fun having you around, but okay. Well, that was flux sticking it down, and then as soon as I touched it with the probe, I put too much force into it, and it went into low Earth orbit. So never finding that capacitor. That's gone. Wait, here it is. It went behind me. It's now 0 nanofarad. Let's see what value this thing is. I'm gonna have to look at this to see it, so I can view both the microscope and the multimeter at the same time. Multivision. The new scope is gonna be so awesome because it'll be able to just put the scope image on a local page. That is 1 NF. So why did we get such an incredible range? Let's get the more sensitive LC meter over here. Set sensors to maximum sensitivityness. I'm sensitive. Oh crap, there's a power supply attached to it. Hold on. I gotta get the LCR meter out of here. I really need a drawer for all these little specialty devices that I use. Why is this all the way over here? What is happening? Okay, there we go. USB. Boink. And then I probably need some probes. I could steal them from this thing. Oh, they're all coiled up with that thing. I think I can... I think I modified these probes, didn't I? Not these ones. It's the other ones. I modified them to be able to go on posts like this. I had to basically cut away the surround. Those are over here somewhere. Yeah. Oh my god, it's all a mess. Where did those go? Those extra probes that I had. They should be kept with this meter because they're very useful with that meter. They're not very useful without that meter. What did I do with them? That's funny. Funny, haha. Oh, they are over here. Okay, they are over here with the meter, where the meter was. Ah, what a mess. All right, so I gotta organize a little bit. These things are ancient. And disgusting. They're small, though. Easy to get into places. It's a capacitor. No, I'm not going to lose it. I'm looking at it right now. Power. I guess I can get it from here. Now my multimeter has capacitor sensing functionality. What an improvement. All right, and then, oh, you guys can't really see, it's very small. Hold on. Measure capacitor X. Right, let's see here. Now I need to be very careful. Not send it into orbit. God damn it. It almost left orbit. It'd be probably better to solder this to something. Hey, you stay up there. You're my new multimeter. You stay right there. USB cables. Too heavy. Dang it. Fine, whatever. Use your own stand. Tired of making excuses for you, multimeter. No, it's got its own stand. I was just being lazy and throwing it on top of the multimeter. All right, where's my other probe? Where's my other probe? Oh boy. So the only problem with doing it this way is that there's solder on the two ends of the capacitor, and that makes the edges a little harder to get purchase on. You know, I could transfer it over to a perforated prototyping board, but I should be able to get a reading off of it. without sending it into space. Or not. Maybe I can do this. But then my pointy ends are going to be fighting each other. So 940, Jesus, 940 PF. So it's almost 1 NF. So it is the value. Where'd it go? It's almost the value that was called for. It's almost exactly the value that was called for. Fuck. Back here. You kind of develop a sense of where stuff goes when you do this enough. That's like the second I touch it, it wants to fling away. 940 PF, huh? I mean, what is the relationship between the value of the capacitor and the range? Because we're seeing a wild range of voltages accepted. And I think there's an equation somewhere in here that defines it. Oh, yeah, here we go. CF, the timing capacitor, the oscillation frequency is given by F is equal to 3 times IEG over 2 VCC CF. 2 VCC CF, huh? VCC is a little less than 12 volts. CF would be 1,000. So 24,000. 3 IEG. IEG, what is IEG? Is EG this input voltage? Here? I can't search this because it's a 1980s data sheet. This isn't text. It's a picture of text. That's IOM. What is defining IEG? Where IEG is the output current from the exponential generator. IF, for instance, the most important frequency range is from 5 hertz to 10 kilohertz. Then CF should be 1,000 PF at VCC equals plus 15. But we're at plus 12. Low leakage, low tempo capacitors such as mica should be used next for CF. Now, if it's on that side of the equation, IEG, if F is equal to like 10 kilohertz, F is equal to, let me center that. We have to do math, unfortunately. Because 1,000 PF is not going to be the right value, and I want to see how far off it is going from 15 to 13 volts. So F is equal to 3, let's do 3 IEG. 3 IEG over 2 times VCC times CF. So that equation, as it is now, let's say 10 kilohertz, is equal to 3 IEG over 30 times, now is that expressed in picofarad? I don't know why you would. Data sheet's all the way over here, hold on. CF should be 1,000 PF at VCC. CF, timing capacitor, the oscillation frequency is given by that. Current ideally should be the geometric mean as selected generator. Current range. Huh? Wait a minute. Reference currents for the exponential generator. Oh, no, that's different. Okay. 5 to 10, then CF should be 1,000 pico. I guess it's a pico, so times 1,000, so it would be 30,000. And we need 10,000. Oh God, my 10,000 is all, it's disgusting. Hold on. I can't live with those numbers looking like that. Where's the tablet when I need it? It's under the desk. It's in storage under the desk. I thought having a tablet would make things so much easier, but it would kind of complicated things a little bit. And it's funnier to have janky numbers. So 10,000 is equal to 3 times IEG over 24 times CF. Now, I could turn that into a ratio and just apply it, or I could solve for IEG. So 3 IEG over 30,000. Can I like cancel the 3's out somehow? We'll just do this traditionally. I'll just 10,000 times 30,000. Jeez, that's a big number. So 30. It's gonna be like 3 million or something. 30 with, oh my God, 30,000 with 4 zeros behind it. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is a very big number. Equal to 3 IEG. That's a huge number for the current. That doesn't make any sense. But multiplying by 30,000, I'm canceling it out, right? IEG times 10,000. 3 IEG times 10,000 is equal to 30,000. Let's keep that. Let's just keep the number a little small. I think I messed that up pretty badly. So if I multiply both sides by 3 IEG, is it 1 over 30,000? Pico is 10 to the negative 12. Oh, so that's in farad. Oh, that's not in PF already. That's in farad. So that would be, yeah, 10 to the negative 12. So 24 times 10 to the, it's not 30,000. It's 30 times 10 to the negative 12 farad. So calculator time. Actually, we'll just use Google. $30 times 10 to the negative 12. 3 to the negative 11. It would be 3e negative 11. And then, so 3e to the negative 11, 3 IEG is equal to 3e to the negative 11. IEG over e to the negative 11. I've been paying full attention, but I just think I heard you mistake that unit. Yeah, you did. Yeah, I definitely did. I definitely did. I thought it might be in picofarads because that's what they talk about, but no, it's in farad, and that makes total sense. So, God, it's a V equals IR equation. I'm just doing math on stream is very difficult. 3e to the negative 11 times 10,000 times 10 0 0 0. 3e to the negative 7. 3e to the negative 7 is equal to 3 IEG. And then, because you multiply both sides, then it cancels because it's that over that. And then I got to make sure, I got to reiterate all this basic math stuff. So now we divide by 3, and so we get 1e to the negative 7 is equal to IEG. And we can plug that back in to here and get 3e to the negative 7 again. Hold on. 3e to the negative 7 over 24 times CF is equal to 10K. And then what do? I get rid of 24 times CF by multiplying both sides. So 3e to the negative 7 equals 10K times 3e to the negative 7. Is that right? Is that what we do that? Or no, 24 times CF. Sorry, I'm multiplying 24. So 10K times 24 times CF is equal to 3e to the negative 7. And then we divide, so CF, my C's are looking worse. CF is equal to 3e negative 7 over 10 times 24 CF. No, 10 times 24. 10 times 24. 240. Wait, it's 24, 2 VCC. So basic math is the hardest part. It sucks. I'm so bad at it. So 2 of 40, 3e negative 7. That gives us a value of, divided by 240, 1.25 e to the negative 9. What value is that? And why is it so far off from pico? 10 to the negative 12 or 1 to the negative 13. And we've got negative 9. 1.25 e to the negative 9. It's a much larger capacitor at the lower voltage. Something I did wrong in the math, I'm sure. 10K. Oh, yes. Thank you. I forgot to bring along my units. I am an irresponsible mather. So it's 240,000. So let's back that up. 3e. Where's the e on this? How do I back this thing up? I can't back it up. What the heck? Google calculator. 3e to the negative 7 over 240,000. Okay, wait, that's a 1.25 picofarad. There we go. So 1.25 pico. We need a larger value with lower voltage. I don't think I have 1.25. I don't know. I don't know if that designation exists. We can look at this chart over here, and that'll tell us how close to 1.25 we can get. 1.2 or 1.5, depending on how much we want to limit it. Going to 1.5 might be the good idea here, because then we're dealing with frequencies that are at the top and the bottom range of audio. So we probably want to limit it in a little bit from that. And the VCO just won't have as much range, but we don't need that, because I don't need 10 kilohertz. So yeah, we need a 1.5 picofarad with little leakage, but I'm not going to go and order something. I'm just going to find a 1.5 picofarad out of just what we have. I hope I have. Do I have not, or do I have? Or do I have? Those resistors. 20 to 20K. So I guess it is a little limited already. But the chip can only do certain frequencies, I guess. So limiting it inside of that keeps it from lowering the voltage level, the amplitude. I've been reading about acoustics. Oh no, that's a deep hole. Deep hole with a lot of BS. Oh, I also said I would do this. I like the little tiny ones, but I think we just need a normal one. Yeah, I bought a Nipex wire stripper after watching Gonad's stream last night. I'm gonna see whether or not it's worth anything, but it won't work for the wire wrapping wires, and I need something that style with the wire wrap wires, where basically what you do is you clamp. It's like a long jaw that'll grab the wire and then pull back internally. And I need that for the wire wrapping wire. That way I could do the breadboard circuits so much easier. Perf board circuits. There we go. All right. And then I'm looking for capacitors. I'm still looking. One of these big trays full of components that's full of capacitors. Oh, here they are. They're off to the side. All right, what'll it be? So we're 1500 pico or 0.0015 or 1.5 nano, but I don't have any nano on here. I didn't label them as nano. 1200, 27. I guess we are going with 1200 because I don't have 1500. 0.0015. I only have one 0 digit here. So yeah, 0.1200 PF. That's what we're gonna. These are huge. Well, let's do it. We'll see whether or not that makes the knob have appropriate range. If I could find my tweezies. Where did my tweezeroonies get? They're under here. No, they're not. Where are my tweezers? What have you done to them? Get mad without my... Okay, here they are. Let's get a capacitor out here and put this in the viewport. And let's see what value we can measure from it. Electronics are all statistics. There's a statistical average value that they categorize things into. I don't know what percentage these are, these little ceramic Jiminy Johns, but they can vary very widely. So we could spend a little bit of time making sure that this is the right value just by sifting through all the stuff. Yeah, take for instance this one that is a 950 picofarad. That's nowhere near 1200. That is within our statistical swing of values. Let's see if we can find. I actually, you know what? I think I can get this. We can use the sample notebook. That one's, I think, a little bit better organized. Also, I don't think this thing is going to fit on this one's pads. I don't think that's going to happen. So let me get one from the sample notebook then. Ow! What did I just kick? Oh, another synth case. Capacitor. Let's see here. I'm going to look this up in my book. I'll look this up. There's page 15, page 30. Looking for 1500 pico. And also to keep my microphone plugged in and not sitting on the wire. 1500 pico. Nano. It would be 1.5 nano. 2.2 nano. 1.5 nano. All the way down here. All right, so let's get this one on our circuit. It's the same size as these things. I'm just gonna flick these away. Blip. And they're gone forever. Oh, you survived somehow. You will get swept up later. All right, so grab one of these things. Come on. There we go. Nope, there we don't go. Some of these don't rip cleanly. They have like 2 layers of plastic, it seems. All right, so there's that one. And we can check its value, because sometimes these are badly filed. What up, Gangrene Fiend? Been a little while. How you doing? I'm super fucking old now. I don't know when that happened. Nothing going on YouTube. Good, good, good. I have some views. That's nice. We got a new VOD channel since I'm allowed to stream to multiple locations now. Probably should stream to everything. 1330-ish. Just about. Which is actually the... What did we calculate? We calculated... hold on. We calculated 1 1/4 I was going to put in 1.5. 1.3 is actually preferential. So that's pretty good. Boop. So let's get this thing into this thing, and we make the thing. Right there. Yeah, this is the scale of electronics that I've had to deal with over the past couple builds. Makes you really feel inept. Tried your toothpaste. It makes me feel. What happens to Tourette's guy? So I'm just putting this in situ. So I've got to kind of get both tabs here to flow onto the tabs of the chip. So I'm just going to press lightly. That wasn't even attached. I think that was just held on by flux. I need to add a little solder. Because I wiped all the flux away from this thing. It's not soldering. The solder is not flowing properly. You're kind of looking for it to flow like it's water onto the chip and sort of coat it. So see right there, that was the intended reaction. This looks cold soldered. So a little bit of flux goes a long way. It also coats your capacitor and possibly puts it out of value in a microscopic kind of way. So I mean, we'll try this and then I'll clean it and then we'll try it again. Try it, clean it, try it again. So now this should be tuned to the voltage properly. It's 12 volts. Oops, yeah, hold on. You got to hook up your test equipment to use your test equipment, you see. Okay, everything just falls off the desk. That's totally cool with me. Everybody fall off the desk. Goodbye. Goodbye, cables and wires. Goodbye, goodbye. Okay, let's get this one. These cables were a great purchase. They allow me to just plug in and observe. Bonk. Look at that voltage. Now it still uses so little of the travel of the. See, I should be going from. What is this? This is 3 kilohertz. There's 10 kilohertz. But we're still so far off on the adjustment. And then I can go all the way down to like a volt a minute. Which this is not useful. I feel like I've got a little bit more adjustment. So the direction that we go with that is up in order to constrict more. So we need a much larger capacitor. So we go from 15, let's double it. Let's go to 30. This is, wait, it was 15 pico? No, it was 1.2 pico. Wait, what did I just put in? I put in 1300 pico, that's right. 1.2 nano. Yeah, 1.5 nano. So let's put 3. We skipped 3. Let's put a 6.8 and see what happens. Yeah. Solid Electronics, thank you for subbing with the Prime. Hey, those Primes, they don't remind you that the Prime is expired, but every month you're paying $5 into Twitch, whether it goes to your favorite streamer in part, or whether it goes directly into their pockets. So if you're doing your part, you're not going to get reminders, but I really appreciate those Primes, because Jeff Bezos can't get away with this any longer. We're gonna have his income from Prime. Where did that capacitor go? I'm never gonna financially recover from losing that capacitor. Oh, it's still here. Get out of the tape. There we go. So this one was 6 point something, 6.8 nano. Let's just see what we get here. And I'm assuming that there aren't any other adjustments that can affect. There's the high frequency adjustment, but we have to get this to 1 volt per div to work properly. Let's turn that off. Flip it. That there. Let's get the cap out of there. Lucre? What the? Somebody had a Shack pizza commercial before the stream. That juicy Shack meat. All right, let's get this out of here. Goodbye, non-nanofarad cap. I don't know if we should be sitting here swapping caps out of this thing, if it's something else that's affecting that range of values. But this is what I'm zeroing in on. There's probably another problem. It's just that this appears to be what's happening, is that the range of available frequencies is way too wide. I don't know that word at all. That's why I was reluctant to even say it. I'm like, I don't know what this comment is. Chat's out here with the SAT words. Really? Why would you make up a different word for money? Why would you do that? Get it together, Econ. Actually, I think that is soldered. That looks pretty good. It's capital. Ew. I don't like saying money. You gotta make up words. All right, let's go here and turn it back on. See if that greatly affects the range. Okay, well, now I'm up to 14 kilohertz. And we actually previously made sure to zero these out. These other ones. I don't think I zeroed these out properly. I'll have to work on that one. But so we're not quite in range yet. Very weird as a word, so I use it. That's good. That's a good excuse. That's a good excuse. So the question is, do I need to zero the voltages on these other traces? I mean, we're at 15 kilohertz as the maximum that this thing can deliver. The minimum is, of course, barely moving. It's very slowly going up. You can kind of see the noise changing a little bit, and that would be clearer as soon as I get the new scope. Yeah, we lose our amplitude when we get above 5 kilohertz. 10 kilohertz is getting down there. So let's up the value a little bit. We keep upping the value. We're at 6.8. So let's go to 15 nano. No, that's doubling it. That's way too much. 6 goes to 8. So I guess we're just going to try 8. Do we have the wrong number? No, it's 1,000 pico, which is 1 nanofarad. Yeah, we've been correct in these values. It's just weird that -12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know. I don't know why it's reacting this way. The voltage is slightly different, but the voltage range that I get from that knob is absolutely incredible. So as we up this value, accrued is the same French sort of connotations. It sounds the same. It does. All right, so we're going to 8 pico. This seems like it shouldn't react this way, but maybe nonlinear circuits just has a crazy range of values that it can achieve. Technically, at 0 volts, we should be doing a C note, a C4 note, I think. What I'm trying to do here is just limit the range of the knobs so that they're functional. And it appears to be working, but I'm a little worried that I'm going to find some other problem and that this is not the solution. But it appears to be working exactly as intended. It's just our value for this component is nigh on another, like, order of magnitude different. We're almost using a 10 nanofarad instead of a 1 nanofarad. Too many words for my little brain. Yeah, that's where I'm at almost constantly. I gotta end at 4, by the way. I've got about an hour left because I gotta go to dinner with my mommy and daddy. They're buying me a fancy dinner, maybe a hamburger. It's his 30th birthday. I am cooking for my son and his wife. Do 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 do. Check grind radio music. Oh my god, he is old. All right, new value, who dis? See what this one does. So now our maximum frequency is 12. I'm going higher. I want to get that down to 10. I want to get that down to 10. I think it's been like a month for me. I think I hung out with my friends a little while back, fairly recently. So 10 NF, it's an entire order of magnitude. Just because we dropped the voltage a little bit. I mean, these people building these things couldn't have gotten it that wrong. I intentionally dropped the connotation in order to frustrate people. Y'all should know that by now. Ever so ignorant. All right. There it is. I was like, where did it go? Okay. So that is our 10 nanofarad. We're going to drop that one in. See what happens. It's weird that some of the other knobs are doing nothing and that one is adjusting everything so incredibly far. What incredible fart. I think I got to add a little solder to it. Get this over here. I want to flow all the way up to the top of the cap, but it doesn't seem to want to. That's just getting in there. All right. Inspect that. I guess it's soldered in. It's not my best soldering job. Let me hook it up again. Eight kilohertz is the maximum now. Well, that's a little restrictive, isn't it? I think we're going back to the 8 point something something nanofarad. That's that one right there. Huh, that's annoying. Seems like I need like 9 NF. It could also be that because we can reach a maximum frequency, but we can't do a minimum frequency. Our minimum frequency goes down to like nothing. Although I don't think this thing can measure that low. Let's see where it starts. Yeah, 13 kilohertz, 9 hertz, 8 hertz. See, it should be, what is the values that the range that they specified? They have 5 hertz to 10 kilohertz. Yeah, we can barely register 5 on this scope. And we can go way below 5. So why are we going way below 5? Thank you, Make Mistakes. I'm doing good. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Next, the reference currents for the exponential generator 3340 pin 15 is selected. The current ideally should be the geometric mean of the selected generator current range, but consideration of the temperature coefficient of the bias current for op amp A2 usually dictates higher value for the reference. Oh my god, I just immediately stop, like, I just hear dial tone in my brain. So, I mean, we adjusted this, but I feel like something else is wrong with it. I don't know why. Or it could just be the way that this thing operates. I mean, we've got way below 5 hertz. It might do for me to actually check that my resistor values are all correct within their means. The course adjustment is what I was using. And that goes down to here, where it meets a 100 kilo ohm, 1003. On the other side of that is the current thing that tells them all what to do. But when I use like the fine adjustment, it barely does anything. So if I take course adjustment and I bring it up to a good value, 2.1 hertz, kilohertz rather, and I fine adjust it. Oh no, it does do something. Okay, now that I've gotten this all within range. Okay, good. And then this one should be, this one doesn't work. It doesn't do anything. Hey, Pixie, how's it going? You guys should check out Pixie's stream. You definitely should do that. Pixie's rated us a few times. Thank you for the birthday wishes. I'm 1,000,000 years old today. So the fine adjust works, but this, what is it? Linear or exponential. This exponential adjustment does nothing. No, it's not exponential. It's I forget the term. You're gonna do what? I don't need nothing. I don't need nothing. 0.5 less the input bias buffer frequency 5001, 50 nanoamps to 100 microamps. Okay, I don't understand any of that, but let me do things. Fine, whatever. Oh, there's a scale adjustment too. Wait a minute. So maybe, oh, maybe I need to do the scale adjustment. That's a 10 kilo ohm potentiometer. Do we have that in our circuit? Whoops, I just closed our circuit. Do we have the 10K adjustment on pin, pin 1 and 2 and 3? That might be the problem. That's this one right here. So then this little guy right here is adjusting the scale. What happens when I turn this all the way up to our highest frequency and then I adjust to the scale? Anything could happen. It does jack shit. Why is it not doing anything? All the way down? What? That does a little bit. Turn it all the way down, does it? No, it doesn't bump up the bottom limit. All right, let's see. It's scale. What does the other one do? Preset. I don't know what that means. And then this one's just labeled, oh, high frequency. So what is the high frequency pot doing? And there's also a, oh, these are in different locations, actually. This is different from the other one. I think that one was like a tune. Scale in the center. Where's the square pot? That's not on. This is a later revision that I have, so. So is this the scale? If I go all the way up to the high frequency, what does adjusting this one do? Nothing. I don't see nothing happening. We're at one end of the range. 7.6, 7.7, 7.8. So this is like a very fine adjustment. This is a 25 turn potentiometer, so. 7.9, 8.79. Down to the low frequency. This doesn't do anything. Doesn't do anything at the low frequency. Let's do a little bit of this. What the heck? Yeah, this is actually the scale pot. Okay. That one's scale. This one's preset. I don't know what that is. And then the one over here is the high frequency. So if I get it to a high frequency and I adjust this one, what does it do? Doesn't appear to do anything. This is what I'm worried about. Like, stuff is not happening. Hamster Overdrive, sub with the Prime for 2 months. Thank you very much, Hamster Overdrive. Really appreciate this. All that you've done. Why isn't this working? All right. There's no like tuning procedure for this. I can look it up. I can do CEM 3340. Tuning the AS 3340. First draft 2018. To understand how the AS 3340 can be tuned in an easy way to a 1 volt per octave scale, it's important to look at the different building blocks that affect the tuning and how these blocks can be trimmed in a logical order. For complete procedure, 4 trimmers are needed. We have 3. This seems like much, but the advantage is to use a 4 trimmer setup is that when following the right order, each trimmer is trimmed directly to its optimal value and then does not need to be adjusted again when the next trimmers are adjusted. Or swing your hands when you walk, I guess. Actually, I'm usually holding a leash. This method is superior to the one with 2 trimmers procedure in the original data sheets where 2 trimmers are used. Need to adjust repeatedly to come to a final 1 volt per octave tuning that spans from C1 to C6 over a control voltage range between 0 volts and 5. Additionally, the 2 trimmer adjustment procedure, oh yeah, that's right, this thing wanks itself for a little while, just talking about how awesome their tuning procedure is, and then it doesn't tell you anything about what to adjust. Scale adjust, reference pitch, Temco adjust. Which ones do we have? We have scale. Let's see. Temco, I don't know if we have. That would be scale. Okay, so that's scale's actually Temco. Interesting. I don't know, do they want me to like take this out and put it on the perforated prototyping board and then adjust it? I don't think so. I got a 560 PF on there. What are the 10 NF and a 470 ohm? And then our circuit employs, okay, hold on. Our circuit is this thing. Flip the PDF. And we have that one on this line, and then we have that one on the scale line, and then we have a 1K8 to ground. Huh. Oh, and let's see, that's the knob. Where's the other adjustment here? I think that one might be one of the knobs. This is so complicated. Like, they want me to do all this stuff, huh? It seems almost like I need to make this circuit. put it back to 1 NF. But then they have all this extra stuff. So what's that 10 NF doing there? 100 nano. And this one just shows that grounded. I mean, there's 1 NF on the sink. 10 NF over here. Where's the 1 NF, like really, really sensitive one? I don't think it's that. Fall and rise sink, and then I don't know if he reordered these the pin numbers in here. It would be kind of evil to make this. Here's the pulse. That's 100 pico. It's a 1 NF, so I think it's this right here. How close is 1 NF on pin 11? 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11. 1 NF directly to ground. Instead, oh no, that's analog ground. Okay, so there's ground. What a weird way to display the circuit. Reference pitch, 1M8, 10K to power, but then it's got the scale adjust coming off of it with a 560 PF. It's a weird circuit, man. Hard to figure out. And of course, it's all rearranged in this documentation. 470, 10Ks, PWM, and pulse control, which I think works. I think that section works. See, what I'm wondering is if I need to desolder the chip and put it into a test setup like this that looks like that, and then get all the tuning values so that I know what works, and then put those into the other circuit so that it's scaled and pitched properly. Because we can't follow this method if our circuit is different. Connect a meter between TP1 and TP2. Trim Temco adjust. Test point 1 and 2, huh? RZ, TP1 and TP2. Are they shown here? Are the test points in the room with us right now? I don't see them. Is there another schematic that I'm not seeing? No? Okay. So TP1 and TP2, test point 1 and 2. Of course, they're not labeled. RS, I wonder if they're wondering RZ. Okay, so they're definitely talking about RZ. Oh, there's TP1 and 2. Derp. Okay, so on either side of a 5.6 kilo ohm, wherever pin 1 has the adjustment, and then it has, negative 5 volt. No, negative 5 volts. Why would there be negative? Plus 12. So I guess that's negative 5 volts on the other side of those caps. So we have an adjustment for, okay, I'm starting to get it. Pins 1 and 2, and that's this 10 kilo ohm here. It's not labeled in any way. Let's see what the circuit board layout has. And it's not even the same circuit board layout. Pins 1 and 2, and so that's scale technically. And there's a 5.6 there. Where is our test point? Our test point is between pin 2 and there's 2 resistors RT in the way. Oh my God. So I need to find this part of the circuit. What up, Complex Sweet? Thank you for the well wishes. I appreciate that. I'm deciding to be an extrovert and actually advertising my stupid birthday. Pins 1 and 2, which I don't know if I can trust. There's a 24K and a 5.6K. So I would measure from here, I guess, to there. Or would it be on this side? 620. And there's that negative voltage. Okay. So if that negative voltage is there, I want the other side of the resistor towards the negative voltage, towards this. Is it directly in contact? Yes. So I want this side, the 5.6K, So I want the other side of the 5.6K, and then I want pin 2. Pin 2 and the other side of the 5.6K. This sucks. All right, so where am I going? Where am I going? I'm going... This is wrong. I can't... The scale adjust is a very large 10 kilo ohm resistor. And of course the circuit's different, so pins 1 and 2 goes to there, and then goes to the pot. That's the connected part of the pot. So that's test point 1, and then test point 2 is pin 2. Let's get that hooked up. That was a lot to get there. That was quite a bit. And wait, what am I doing? I want to hook the meter, connect a millivolt meter between TP1 and TP2. Okay, so that we can rip this off and look at DC voltage. And then I need 2 probes. I'll turn this thing off. And then I want to adjust scale, trim Tempco adjust pot until voltage is 0 millivolts. So this thing is on and it's currently active. And so I go between 2 and 1 and I get half a volt. This is going to be tough to adjust. Okay, half a volt. So how can I do this? This is I gotta hold the 2 positions. Is this one of them? Yes. Okay, so I can use this hole and then this. I could put a clip on that. I'm gonna need a clip. I'm gonna need a clip. So test leads. There's a clip lead, 330. Okay. I'm gonna start watching the clock because I do gotta go. I do gotta go. Turn this off so that I can clip to it without blowing it up. I don't want to have to order another one of these chips, you know? There's a clip lead. I just found that wire that I was looking for. What did I do with it? I think I just, like, dropped it. I think I just, like, dropped it and lost it. Once again. Owie! Through hole sucks! Ow! God! Is this it right here? It is. It is. I just need this. Just give me this. There you go. I can clip to this. This is just a very flexible wire. Actually, probably should use... Oh, no, let's just use this. Of course, getting the meter to stay on that is tough, but I think I can hold it this way. Oh my god, I need 3 hands. Okay, so we can turn the output back on. We get half a volt. I gotta take that down to 0. Oh my god, this sucks. You guys can see all right? Yeah, you can see everything I'm doing. Good. It's blocked. I can't see the screw head. They have special like screwdrivers that have the thing in it and like it surrounds the little adjustment thing. I do not have those. Why is this not adjusting? It's not adjusting like at all. Oh, there, it's going up. I don't need it to go up. Going up is the wrong direction. The heck? What is, how is this influenced? No, there's no influence there, okay. No change there. That doesn't change. That doesn't change at all. Okay. Still half a volt, but it's not moving anywhere. And the circuit is slightly different, too. That's my concern. What is the value of this potentiometer? Maybe I got that wrong. $103. That's 10K. This is the CEM3340 from Nonlinear Circuits, and mine's acting up a little bit. I don't know what the problem is. We changed to the range capacitor so that it has kind of like relatively normal range values on it. But could you not write a weird thing? Can you not do that? But I don't know what's going on with it right now. We've got a 10 nanofarad capacitor in there, and it's actually giving us a good range of values. I'm looking to see if maybe I didn't like adjust something properly. I'm starting to suspect that maybe one of the values that I put in is wrong, but the schematic that Nonlinear Circuits provides is batshit crazy bonkers go nuts. So it's hard to figure out what's where in this schematic. It still requires a 1 nanofarad, and the circuit is relatively similar to what was already there, but our tuning instructions are not specifically for this CEM3340 module. So I don't know what I can do here. I have a scale adjust and stuff like that, and I have sort of this procedure here. And I'm supposed to connect my meter between test point 1 and 2. And so far as I can tell, test point 1 and 2 are here. So pin 2 is one of the test points, and the other one is the junction of the 10 kilo ohm potentiometer. But the circuit looks a little different, because this has got an 18K and then a 5.6K, and for some reason we have a 24 and a 5.6. Measuring here and here. I want 0 millivolts across, but then wait, I'm measuring the opposite side of the potentiometer. But that's where it wants me to test. It wants me to test here. Here and here. I'm basically testing how many volts are between these 2 points. And I'm getting half a volt. But when I adjust the potentiometer, the 10 kilo ohm potentiometer, nothing is happening. I'm getting no difference in the number of volts. Unless I accidentally hooked up to the wrong side of the pot. Nope, that is the correct side of the pot. Why must everything be so frustrating? Because you asked for this. This is what you asked for. Let's see. I can do clip leads by taking a scope probe. Well, no, because that's got. I think that measures a little differently. Clip leads. Let's see here. Got one over here. Oh no, that's gonna bring down the whole shop with it. Oh no, never mind. It just fell off. Okay, that'll make things a little easier. Okay, and then I'll clip over to here. And then I can just poke this onto this hole and power it up again. Well, now the voltage has changed. I wonder if it charged a capacitor or something. I got 2 volts. Clockwise turn. No, it's still 2.6. Let me adjust it a bunch, power it off and on again. Turning to the right. It's still 2.6. Why did it go down? What happened? Oh, and my adjustment range sucks now. What the fuck? What happened? How come I can't? The scale, I guess. -2, +2, 1. Wait a minute. Is it because I'm touching the circuit? Okay, now I'm not touching it. Yeah, something's weird. Something's really weird with this. I'm backing it out. Yeah, the corporeal capacitor. Spooky ghost current. 2.6, it's not changing. I wonder if I have to go back to the 1NF, if there was some other physical thing that was wrong with the circuit. Because look, this is my max, and that's now my min. So the scale adjustment was actually working. Maybe it needs to be powered down and back on in order for that to affect it. Oh, or maybe my scope was doing weird stuff. Huh. With that attached, it affects the output. Turn off. Clip in again. Let's just see what maybe the clip was shorting it. See if I can get a clean clip. That's as clean as I get. I mean, this thing should not really show up as anything. Okay. It might have been shorting it out. So now I have 0.5 volt. And of course, my adjustment does absolutely nothing now. Did we like trick this thing into working? I don't understand. Maybe I have to go back to 1 nanofarad? I'm not sure. I'm tentative about tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be on or not. I do not know. I just don't know. I think I will, because I need to keep my presence up. This is what I'd be doing anyway. All right, everyone's a critic. You're gonna come in here and just fart on this, the day of my own birthday? Why isn't this adjusting at all? I don't get it. I can always put the value back to where it was. It's just there's something else is wrong. Thank you. No, I appreciate it, Dr. J. Thank you, thank you. I think we need to like just inspect the circuit and just see what's going on. Because like things is weird. I guess I can put a 1NF back in, but I don't know if that's really that important to do. No, I've always been November birthday. Birthday. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I'm actively attempting to be positive about people well wishing me. It's not typically how I am. Son of a bitch. Like, what is happening with this circuit? All right, we're gonna put this thing back to its original value, to 1 nanofarad. So I'm gonna go all the way back. We had 10 nanofarads on this thing, and at that point it seemed like it was working properly. But I think what's happening is we're looking at other parts of the circuit and blaming them for the operation, the misoperation. So we're going to put that scale range thing back in. Well, actually, we should put in the 1.2 because that's the proper one. So get rid of this. Well, but everything else adjusts around it. Winter birthday. No? No, those of us that are born in November, unfortunately, have the Valentine's Day stipulation. My folks were getting busy on Valentine's Day. Okay, goodbye 10NF. You are now a 1NF. One NF is not that common. It would be nice if I could find a nice one of the square ones to go in there, but well, take your birthday and subtract 9 months, my friend. Unless and then you got to pay attention to see whether or not your folks said, "Oh, he was born a little early." 9 months after my father's birthday. There you go. It's an unfortunate calculus. Shit. There's the capacitor. All right, get this thing in here. Uh-oh. That started to get legs. There we go. All right, so there's 1NF back in, which gives us this insane range of values for our frequency. But I think it's something else affecting it. Because here, if I turn this back on and get this plugged into the right one, where is it? It's right there. Plugged into the right one, down here. Turn this thing on. Yeah, look at that range. There's all the functional, and then we're all the way down here where this thing barely moves. There is some stuff there, it's just... I'm just not seeing anything happen when I adjust this adjustment right here. And what I should be getting, and let's get the clip back on it. Clip back on it. Get this thing clippied. And then I can hold the other lead on the negative. That's 57 millivolts. I was like, is that reading half a volt? What the heck? Okay, so turn it back on. It's still half a volt on that line. Now, is there something wrong with the values that I've put on there? Is it somehow unable to be adjusted because of something that linear circuits did? Or did I put a wrong resistor down? So let's pay attention to what's installed here and just do a quick little sweep of values. What the heck? Like, it's weird. It's just not doing what it should be doing. I need a pointing device. All right, 56K. 620R. Well, I guess I could actually just measure it with ohms. So I can just we'll use this thing. I didn't have an accurate multimeter until Wexo sent this thing in. It was nice to finally know what a volt is. Ohms. Here, let's get this on the scope so I can see what I'm poking at. So as I can see 5.6, 619, yep, 10K, 39, well, that says 23. Well, 3.9 it says right there, so it's probably some other interaction with something going on there. Yeah, like that's 2 mega ohms. What is that? Why is that 2 mega ohms? Oh, because it is. Wait, that's supposed to be 100K. 103. Somehow we're reading 2 mega ohm. It's 20. 100K. Yeah, it's getting all bonkers over here. 24K. I'm not getting a reliable value there. 13. You can accidentally charge elements of the circuit by testing it, and that will give you a bad value. 17M is a little bit weird right there. But what's written on the resistor? Is that 242? Okay, hold on. Turn it around here. Looking at this one. What the? I can't read it. Hold on. Let's get closer. Closer in. Oh! Okay, there's that. I can just do this. Oh, so this is like a super accurate one. 2402. So 240, 2 zeros, 2.4. Nothing's wrong, but nothing works. Sort of the story of this circuit here. And F, was there any notifications, or was I just seeing things? I think I was just seeing ghosts. Where's that window? There it is. Right behind FTL. Oh my god, my Streamlabs. I have to hit refresh. 125. That one is the same value. Yeah, Hamster Overdrive's prime was the last thing to happen. All right, cool. I'm still caught up. Why does nothing work on my circuit? 4M7, I can't really verify. That 100K barely looks soldered in. I guess it is, though. I hate it when it like balls up like this, because it's probably not causing any issue. You can like bump one side of them, and if it moves, then you know that it was a cold solder joint. But I mean, that appears to be in there. Plus, I don't have extra 100Ks. I've all but run out of surface mount 100Ks in this shop. Why are you not? There you go. Just struggling a little bit. Now, these are definitely soldered. I haven't had too much trouble with these 04 or 0603 size. Whoa, oops. There's a little heat on the other side of that one. Was that just, yeah, that was just it getting molten like its friend. Okay, so there's that. What else do we got? I mean, like, I don't know, a lot of these are like filters and stuff. Like, why is our frequency range huge if I've used all of the correct values? It goes way above where it should be limited. And it's not the inaccuracy of the cap. I don't think the cap leaking has anything to do with it. See, the 2M2 is soldered properly. I think I went over this one already. That doesn't really look that soldered. No, that is. It's not moving when I make the other pad molten. If I hold this for just a second here. I'll hit it with a little flux. Little flux. You little flux. Just a little bit. It's way too much. I really dislike flux. It gets everywhere. That really does not appear to me to be soldering down to that pad. I mean, I guess it's soldered. I don't know. I don't know. I don't like it. Whoa, whoopsies. It got too hot. The heat transfers between the two through the resistor. Okay, that's definitely soldered in. You know, sometimes this is all it takes to get a circuit like this running again, is just to touch on all of the different components with solder, and just to make sure that you don't have like a cold or an unsoldered 33 kilo ohm, 39 kilo ohm resistor. What was that one doing? I don't think it, no, that is soldered. No, 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 it just looks dry. It just looks dry. I'm gonna make sure it does not look dry. Yeah, that's definitely on there. What about you? WBU. No, that's on there. Yeah, that one's fine. This one, I'll give it a little. All right. That one almost scared me, but I held it together. Thanks, Jalopy Jones. I appreciate the well wishes. I really don't, but I brought this on myself. You know, you need to do something for your birthday if you stream, because that looks dry. I don't think it is though. No, this is out of there. I'm looking for anything that might be wrong with this freaking circuit, because the operation that I'm getting out of it is way out of specification. You're out of line. You're all out of line. It's like it should be operating at a much more restricted frequency range, but it's got this immense range of frequencies, and the circuit is a little bit different from what we have in the data sheet. So when other circuits are referencing how to calibrate this thing, we don't have what they have. Our stuff is totally different. It's wired. And I don't really know why this thing is operating so far out of specification, because it's like I've got the exact values that are required in the circuit. So it's kind of a mystery. It's yet another struggle in the land of modular synthesizers. Like a choose your own adventure, but you're reading it linearly. You ever do that? When you were a kid, read the choose your own adventures just page for page. You're like, oh, I died. Oh, whoops, I died. Or I'd try to cheat and then end up spoiling the whole book for myself. Like, all I can think is that one of these values is not what they should be, but all the inputs and outputs look perfectly fine. I'm just getting different entire things. I don't know why there's a star by the 150K. 154, that's 150K. Reset pot. 102 for the 1K. Probably a decoupling capacitor here. Soldering's a little sloppy, but it's not detrimental. Everything is soldered. And print for the star. What is the joke on this one? Oh yeah, it says solve et coagula, or coagula. Solve et coagula, solvent and coagulant, which is also an 80s punk band reference, I think. There's always a joke on all these circuit boards, on the nonlinear circuits. Thank you, Matt Swattage. Appreciate the birthday wishes. It's kind of a big one for me to deal with. I don't like it. I don't like it. Too much passage of time under my belt. My big fucking belt. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about the number. You can go look at my stream projects section of the Discord and know. I was always the one saying that everybody's complaining about we're all getting old. I'm like, no, you're not. Shut up. This is the new 30. 2204. That's correct. It's nothing's wrong, nothing works, right? Nothing's wrong, nothing works. Are you pretending to be old? Well, I guess. I'm happy to refer to myself as not old, which I will be doing from now on, but I'm getting it out of my system today. I got to get it out of my system first. The Zoomers think that we are literal fossils. Not just the haha, I'm a fossil. They think that we have been in the earth so long that we have been replaced by mineral. We gotta read paleontologizing at some point. Oh, we already did, but we'll have to do it again. Do it again. Nothing's wrong, everything's wrong. Did that move just then? Oh, that did move. Wait a minute. It's just transferring heat extremely well. I'll add a little bit of solder to one of the legs here. We're like super zoomed in. But again, this is so much easier than the mutable instruments module. Mutable instruments module had resistors that were so small that I could not read the value from the top of the resistor. There's nothing wrong. I put a 22 instead of a 10. Sue me. All the amplifier stuff I'm not too worried about. It's just the tuning of the main chip that's weird and off. We measured 5.6, we measured 620. The 10K gets a wonky measurement. The 1NF I didn't measure. I'm pretty confident that it's 1 nanofarad. What is that one controlling anyway? Nah, it's somewhere else. Check the solder on both sides of the glass diode. That's more of a clipping thing though. But it is soldered in. Just not very neatly. I can blast it with flux and get it to be nice and pretty. Where did my flux go? There it is. Blast it. Okay. And then we'll come in with heat. Heat, hot, heat. What is it about flux that just fixes everything? Yeah, the angle can be kind of tough. Oh, melon? What is it? Oh, wait. I saw someone recently say the Zoomers are bad. Oh, why am I skipping over words when I read that? Hold on. Let me pause my brain, slow it down. I go into reading mode. I saw someone recently say, if we think the Zoomers are bad, remember, we are going to live through Coco Melon Riz. I've not heard Coco Melon, and I barely know what Riz is. I do know what Riz is. I'm up with the kids on the lingo. I don't know what Coco Melon is, though. All right, diode's in and it's in the correct direction. I don't see any reason why this thing shouldn't work. It's just when I try to tune stuff, nothing happens. So let's now that we've gone over a whole bunch of the pads with solder, let's test it again and just make sure that I'm not a crazy person. Maybe I'm going insane and it's all of you who are going insane instead. Wait a minute. All the YouTube brain rot kids. That's true. We were not parked in front of an iPad as kids. Instead, we got Teddy Ruxpin. He read us stories. I used to love my Teddy Ruxpin. I wonder what happened to it. Probably trash island in the middle of the Pacific. It's probably now the microplastics in my brain. All right, let's just see what it does now. I didn't like the solder on some of them, but it didn't look like a total disaster. And I've got 4 minutes. Okay, so I'm gonna end in a couple minutes here. But let's test it again, because this is very frustrating. I don't know what's going on with this, like why it's, oh god damn it, Gonad. I can go to 430 because I need to show off some stuff to Gonad real quick. Let's just see what this is doing. And then I'll show you the hot stripper. So output on, plug this thing in, and while it does show a frequency right now, if I go up and down, it goes down to practically like DC, go all the way up, and it's so high frequency that it can't be displayed. So my functional range is from here to like here, and that is like this far. So we put a different capacitor in there, and we got a more functional range, 10 nanofarad. It seems like something is off by like a decade in value. And I don't think it's something, because like I try to adjust this. And it barely does anything. I do actually see that changing the value, though. That is actually altering the frequency. But I should get 0 volts where I'm not. Okay, we're going to resume this on Saturday. I need to show off this thing first. So, Gonad was working on a whole bunch of DB connectors, and I was telling him about my hot strippers. That's this thing right here. So this was like 75 bucks back in the day. I think they've gone up in price to $90, and it's been collecting dust. But basically, it's just a hot plate over here. No, here. There are actually a couple different versions of this thing now, but this is their most rudimentary and old one. But yeah, it's just probably a 1 to 10 transformer and then a plate. And I plug it in. This is like an old electronics project where they tell you to plug it in directly to the wall. But this thing, primarily handheld, I had it attached to my soldering iron, but I think you're supposed to hold this in your hand, because what you do is you go to your wire, assuming this thing's up to temperature, you basically just put it to the length, take it all the way to the end, twist and pull, and it makes a perfect strip every single time. That one's a little rough, but you get the point. It's basically wire goes in all the way down the end, 90 degrees, pull, and you get a perfect stripped length. And you're holding a big thing. So although that is a wrist movement, there's less movement. But I've got that Nipex giant pincer thing. It's like it's got like a long nose, and there's an internal piece that pulls back on the wire. I'm gonna try that. Is it worth the money? It feels like it's giving you cancer too. You should always be in ventilation no matter what. I'm air cooled. But I don't know. I mean, it was worth the money when I had thousands of wires to do this to, because that big globe project I had to do this to the. But yeah, it's like no fuss. So if you get everything to length, this would be just doing this over and over again. It's pretty cool. I mean, it makes it effortless to strip the wires, and then they're pretty professional. On the larger gauge wires, they look very professional. I think there's a version that gets up to high enough temperature to do silicon, but I wouldn't want those fumes. But yeah, just for like repetitive wiring tasks, this is pretty nice. I was using this with Ethernet because that was the cheapest wire that we could find in order to wire up the giant feeder globe with LEDs in it. If I had to go back to that project, I would be doing it so much differently than I did. Well, that one didn't go all the way in. Yoink, yoink, yoink. So that's the hot wire stripper. That's what I wanted to show Gonad. Now he knows. Now he knows. Okay, I gotta end the stream. I must, because I'm going to dinner with Mommy and Daddy. They're buying me dinner on my birthday. Yay! I've got reservations, but the only ones we could get were a little bit too early, so I'm gonna get a hamburger. Yay, birthday dinner. Thank you guys for all the birthday wishes. I'm not popular enough where I can do like a shortened birthday stream. We tried to do a whole bunch of stuff today. As usual, we failed. I seem to just be failing at this stuff. I mean, we didn't totally fail. Replacing that capacitor brought the device back within the right range. But I feel like something else is wrong, and I don't know why it's reacting the way it is. So 12 mandatory pints of beer. Shouldn't I be having 40 shots? I'll die. Scorpions got to stick together. Ah, yes, all that woo-woo shit. Oh, Gonad, I also did this. I've done a subtle upgrade, but where are these cameras? I did a subtle but necessary upgrade. This is pretty much exactly what his is like. Hey, thank you for the 100 bidums. Yeah, Willow seems to not want to hang out down here as much. 52 or 53. Go away. Yeah, this is a gonad inspired. I have different googly eyes. I have much, much smaller ones that are funnier. It's always funny if you put two different sizes on things, but yeah, this will do. 40 milliliters a shot. That's a lot of, I'm not doing that. All right, everybody. Thank you for joining me. I think I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. Here's the end card with some social media stuff. But, you know, I got to just have one shot. Oh, because of the number of yeah. Where's Nightbot? Nightbot. I think I need to log into Nightbot to get it working again. Oh, there it is. Oh my goodness. This is a jump scare. Jump scare for just being out of spooky month. Go thing. Do thing, talk people. I'm birthday dinner. Thanks for joining. Good morrow.